Good morning. Welcome to Norman County Ag Day 2026. So, if you guys can grab a seat, grab your coffee, we're going to get started with our first youth presentation for the morning. But it would fail me if I didn't say thank you to all our vendors and booth displays and sponsors for making today happen. So, on the screen, you can see all of our sponsors, gold and maroon level. And then please make sure to take time on breaks to visit everybody at the tables around the edges of the building. All right. We are going to get started with Dan Babolian. Dan is representing Hagney Hustlers 4 H Club today, and he's going to give us some information about turkey breeds, recognized turkey breeds, and their differences. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Dan, and we're going to get started with our youth presentations. Just put this in your pocket. Okay. Just like that.
Yes.
Okay. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Dan. I am part of the Hagney Hustlers 4-H Club. I am in 10th grade at Adabor West High School. Today I'm going to be talking to you about APA recognized turkey breeds. APA stands for American Poultry Association. I have been raising turkeys for 5 years now for 4-H. In 2025, I went to the Minnesota State Fair and got a blue ribbon with my turkeys. There are 8 breeds of turkeys that are recognized by the APA, uh, and they are all heritage breeds. The 8 breeds are white Holland turkeys, bourbon red turkeys, Volksville small white turkeys, black turkeys, royal palm turkeys, slate turkeys, standard Bronze turkeys, and Narragansett turkeys. Because we are short on time, I will be telling you some interesting facts about each breed, but the poster has many interesting facts. So after the 2 presentations, feel free to come up and see the poster if you're interested. Uh, Slate turkeys are the color they are because of a genetic mutation. Uh, The smallest of these breeds are the Royal Palm turkeys, which mature toms weigh up to 22 pounds, mature hens weigh up to 12 pounds. The largest of these breeds are the standard bronze turkeys, with with mature toms weighing up to 38 pounds and mature hens weighing up to 22 pounds. The following breeds can fly: black turkeys, Royal Palm turkeys, and Narragansett turkeys. All 8 breeds are primarily used for meat, but slate turkeys and Royal Palm turkeys are also used for exhibition. The white breeds, as well as the bourbon reds, are are popular because of light-colored pin feathers. The bourbon red turkey is named for Bourbon County in Kentucky's Bluegrass region, where it originated in the late 1800s. Of the 8 breeds, 5 of them were entered into the Standard of Perfection in 1874. The Royal Palm turkey was the last to be recognized in 1971. So, in conclusion, I hope you learned something about the heritage turkey breeds recognized by the American Poultry Association. Please come out my poster to learn more. Are there any questions? Yes?
Turkeys hatch out, batch of little ones. How many eggs or how many hatchlings do they usually have? And just with a generic.
I don't know.
Any other questions?
One.
All right. Going to count. All right, Dan's poster will get left up here and he'll be around for just a few more minutes to take any questions in between. So we'll let him take his poster down and then we'll get the next one set up here. So thank you, Dan, for your presentation. You're not going to pass. You're going to be just fine. Okay, I'm going to have you put this in your pocket for right now. Just throw that in your pocket. When I hand you the mic, you can just hold it like a normal mic, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. I think we're set up for our next youth presentation. Today, Natan Visser has joined us. He is also representing IXL 4-H Club and the Ada Borup West FFA chapter. So Natan is going to talk to us about some rate of gain on a steer. So let's hear what Natan has to say. Natan?
Thank you, Heather. So my title for this was rolled corn with alfalfa or corn silage with alfalfa, which will help a steer gain weight faster. So this is my science fair project for the Ada West Science Fair. And this project is to determine what type of feed will help a black Angus steer gain weight faster. In this experiment, we were testing the rate of gain for a black Angus steer. So, for my introduction to this experiment, we took two steers with initial similar body weights and were fed two different diets. This experiment evaluated which steer exhibited a greater rate of weight gain. My hypothesis was that a diet considering or consisting of rolled corn with alfalfa will help steer number one gain weight faster over corn silage with alfalfa, which is steer number two. So the steps that we took for this science experiment was first one was take two steers from our feedlot that we've already got right now. Then we weigh them on our scale that we use to load up on the trucks and track their weight, what they originally started at. Step number three was begin the feeding program and track their feed ration. So steer number one with the rolled corn and alfalfa, he gets 10 pounds of rolled corn and 20 pounds of alfalfa per feeding. Steer number two, he takes 20 pounds of corn silage and 15 pounds of alfalfa per feeding. So then step number five was weigh both steers on day 5 of the experiment and record that data. And basically the same thing on day number 10, since this experiment took 10 days to do. So down here over in this corner is our data results. So steer number one, he's weighed in at 1,400 pounds, and he's the one who took rolled corn with alfalfa. 5 days after the start of the experiment, he gained about 15 and a half pounds of by just eating corn silage and alfalfa, or no, rolled corn with alfalfa, my bad. And then 10 days in, he weighed in at 1435. So in 10 days, steer number one gained 35 pounds off the rolled corn with alfalfa diet. Steer number two, on the other hand, he weighed in at 1,350 pounds, so it was about a 15 or 50-pound difference between the two. Corn silage with alfalfa, um, 5 days, he weighed in at 1,361 and about 3/4. And then 10 days, he weighed in at 1,379 and a quarter. So steer number one gained about 2.5% of his original body weight at the start of the experiment, and then steer number two gained around 2.2% of his initial body weight. So the table above that I just read is an example of my tracking log. Both steers were fed twice a day, twice daily over a 5-day period with body weights recorded at the beginning of the experiment and again on day 10. Total duration of the experiment was 10 days. So, in conclusion, the results of the experiment indicate that a diet consisting of rolled corn with a supplement of alfalfa hay helped a black Angus steer gain weight more rapidly than a diet of corn salads supplemented with alfalfa. This feeding program may be more effective by preparing steers and market for market in a shorter period of time. For future research, this experiment will actually continue on until both steers have reached 1,500 pounds, and which is considered an ideal market weight for a Black Angus steer. Any questions?
Any more questions for Dan? Or for Natan, excuse me. I was just going to make a comment. Both Dan and Natan have had the experience of taking their animals to the Minnesota State Fair. And so we encourage them, and hopefully they get to earn another trip down there again this summer. So, all right. Thank you, Natan. Natan's poster will be on display too for this afternoon, for the rest of the day. We do have just a short little period before, unless Yoakum is ready to rock and roll. He's got coffee. He might be ready to roll.
I will not stand on that photo.
All right.
Can't do that.
What I will do, Yoakum, is hand you the mic.
Okay.
So our first speaker for the morning, we'll just roll right into it because I know Yoakum can fill the time, right?
Maybe.
So Yoakum Wiersma with the University of Minnesota.
Okay. Well, I only need this one.
Nope, you need them both.
Oh, jeez. Do I get a clicker?
Get a clicker, but let me get your presentation up for you.
Okay. Well, good morning. I have coffee. Do you have coffee? You might need some. Shucks. That's me. I didn't even know that.
Yoko, I think that's ready. I think that's
Okay, we're good. I think we're good. We'll find out. Okay, good morning. Small grains update, basically spring wheat update. If you have questions about other crops, oats, winter rye, I'll try to answer them as best as I can without the data. Do I have to turn this thing on? Maybe I do have to get on the podium.
You might have just went to sleep.
It's only 8:52 a.m. No time for sleep.
Here,
Okay. No, can you? Okay, the good. Seriously, can't get it to work?
I'm gonna try while you're.
Okay, so the good. Next slide. We actually, for the second year in a row, had a state record. So last year was the first time where Ag Statistics Service reported. Normally they round it off to a whole number. but they reported 68.5 bushels per acre as the average for Minnesota, which was a new state record by a couple of bushels. This year, we squeaked out a 69 bushel average. So we increased yield by half a bushel. Statistics, where is Nathan? Statistically, I don't think that's significant, but for the record, we had a state record. So half a bushel extra. Next slide. So if you look at yield gain over time, the starting point here is my career. This was my 30th year in the job. We are right pretty much in line where we need to be. We're making, through genetics, through management, and everything else, year over year, increasing yield by a bushel per acre, roughly. It's a little bit less here but if you look at just Northwest Minnesota, we're actually slightly better. But Ag Statistics Service no longer reports it by cropping district. So it's a state average, which brings it down to just below a bushel of gain year over year. I've done this in the past. Wheat actually gets a bad rep compared to corn. But if you compare that yield gains on corn and you do it on a percentage basis, we are basically on par with corn in the Northwest for yield gains. In absolute terms, obviously, in bushels, you have okay, higher number of bushels, but you start at a higher point if you draw that line in here. Okay, do you want to know what the yield gains for soybeans have been in the last 30 years across Northwest Minnesota? Hmm? Good. Yeah, any guesses? It's about as flat as the valley itself. And depending on whether you look south or north, um, maybe a slight, statistically, there's nothing going on regression wise, but it's maybe peaking up just ever so slightly at most. So if you do the regression analysis, nothing in soybeans. Sorry. Next slide. I am terrible at telling jokes and I will not dance. So you better get that working. Okay, so this is what you grew. The top three varieties, Rotse, 9590, and Torgy in Minnesota. Torgy is really more important in the south than it is in the valley. Valda is probably more important in the valley than it is down south. So, but 9590 and Rotse are a big chunk of the acres. Next slide. Okay, the bad. Next slide. We again, like in 24, had some problems with sprout damage, pre-harvest sprout, much more localized. Likewise, we had problems here and there with Fusarium head blight. Luckily, much more localized. So we didn't have the disasters brought, you know, across the whole region where we have problems with marketing our grain. But individual growers here and there did have problems. Next slide. The ugly. This is the ugly, and Betsy will dig into this way more. I just looked at um, basically prices. Never mind basis and everything that was going on in soybeans. I just looked at what Ag Statistics Service reports as prices received at the farm. It's a data point for average in Minnesota across a marketing year, which is not January through December. It is, I think, April through June is how they report it. The black line is the actual price. The red line is when you corrected basically for inflation. That's in ag econ terms, that's called net present value. We are back to 2000 when it comes to prices for wheat, which is why Betsy's going to tell you nothing looks good. It's ugly. And so we're in a scenario again where you're going to have to spend money to lose less. But I started my career with that. I was hoping never to have to use that phrase again. But you're going to spend money to lose less. Because, as Betsy will explain, you need to be the lowest cost producer, not the lowest cost per acre. It's the lowest cost per bushel. That what will make the difference. Does that do murder on your cash flow? Yes. Sorry, it's miserable. We're in the funk. Sorry. So, next slide. So let's get into the data and we'll get into some of the inputs and why they matter. Remind me to talk nitrogen. So the trials, next one. I've never had trials average, so many trials average into 3 digits. Strathcona, Stephen, Humboldt, Purley, Crookston, and in a way Benson and Oakley and Fergus, all basically 100, near 100. You know, if I have an average of 94, I have a fair number of entries that were into 3 digits because Linkert does not yield 100 bushels ever. And it's in the trials, and there's other ones. So then I look at the grain protein, and you can see even at 115 in Strathcona, we were averaging 13.5% protein. It didn't get fertilizer for 100 bushels, okay? That tells you that we had a tremendous amount of mineralization last summer. What I look for as a weight, and this is basically my quality control for the trials. What I look for is a ratio of about 0.15. That tells me I had an adequate amount of nitrogen to maximize grain yield for all varieties, and I had enough differentiation between varieties for grain protein content and how they use nitrogen to get to close to 14. When I get to basically like Wasika or Becker or St. Paul, basically what that means, their trials are over fertilized. When I get to a 0.12, I might not have all the varieties separate out nicely for grain protein. They tend to get compressed a little bit. It's just a way for me to look at trials. And yeah. Now, new releases, bunch of them. Again, AgriPro came out with 2. Cropland Genetics reintroduced 3530, which was always one that we kind of liked. It's kind of an all-around variety. They had it off the market 1 year, came back in. Lima Grain did released Rimfire. Meridian introduced Nova. North Dakota State released Horizon. Peterson Farm Seed added Muffin to their lineup. And 21st Century Genetics, Greg Fox, his son, released Arsenal. He must be a soccer fan. My guess is we're going to have a whole bunch of varieties that are named after famous soccer teams. Up to this point, we've only ever put in the Variety Trials Bulletin PVP versus patent as far as how the intellectual property rights are protected. We're probably going to add a column that indicates whether or not a variety allows for farm safe seed. There's more and more varieties that have a rider on their PVP that says, yes, you can grow this variety, it's protected under PVP, but we limit you in that you have to buy seed every single year. The public varieties will always allow for farm-safe seed. Oh no, not anymore. NDSU released Horizon, and they're gonna also limit farm-safe seed. At the University of Minnesota, we're still saying once it's PVP'd, you can have farm-safe seed. So if we talk about input cost, that's a real difference. And that's why we're going to add that to next year's trials. So FHB, anything with a 3 and a 4. Stay away from the 6s and 7s and 8s. We hadn't had an 8 in the trials for a while. Okay. BLS. Now, the best genetics when it comes to Fusarium head blight, step back. The best genetics with the best fungicides give you the best outcome when it comes to be able to market your grain with lower down. BLS, you don't have options for control. You're going to have to rely on the genetics. Choose 2s and 3s if you have a history of bacterial leaf streak. Now, bacterial leaf streaks often shows up very close to the end of the grain fill. And when the plants are starting to dry down, that does not cause yield losses, or very small yield losses. When the BLS shows up basically before heading, and on susceptible varieties like Hamer 9590, though some years that happens, that's when you start seeing yield losses and test weight losses that are in the 10 to 20%. That's when it starts hurting you, and where you are going to go, I sprayed. Why does my canopy look like crap? Sprayed with a fungicide, I mean. The very distinct feature of BLS versus, say, Septoria tan spot, which is what it most commonly gets mistaken for, is that tan spot and Septoria will come from the bottom of the canopy and work its way up. BLS will start on the top of the canopy and work its way down. If you have brown leaves on the top and on the bottom with a green zone in between, you have both. But it's a way to tell the difference. Oh, by the way, a 2.5 means that Jim and I haven't made up our minds yet. But it's going to be eventually a 2 or a 3. Okay, pre-harvest sprout. Susceptibility to pre-harvest sprouting, germinating in the field while standing, basically as a standing crop, correlates very well with low Hagberg falling numbers test. Okay, your best bet is to choose 1s and 2s. Will a 1 or a 2 eventually sprout in the field? Yes. All varieties, if you leave them standing long enough, and the conditions, unless it's bone dry, it's called overripe, eventually they will suffer from sprout damage. Especially if you have heavy dews and you get repeated wetting and drying, eventually everything will germinate. Okay, if indeed we are in a scenario where we are in a wet cycle and we have very high humidities and we have heavy dews every single morning, what is your strategy to avoid pre-harvest sprouting and low Hagberg falling numbers low Hagberg falling numbers when you deliver? Start earlier, not in the day. Start earlier when the grain is still wet. Don't wait until it's the magic 13% or 14%. Start at 18. Why 18? Most of you have bins that have whole air floors that have enough horsepower that you can handle 18. You probably can't handle 20%. And nothing is worse than grain heating up in the bin, because you need to put air through that at 18. NDSU and University of Minnesota have done all this work on grain storage. 18 with enough air on it, you can and start cooling it down. You can wait until later in the fall to dry that down to 18, from 18 down to 14. You don't necessarily need supplemental heat, and so natural air drying can get you safely to a crop that is eventually at 14. I'm we, I grew up in the Netherlands. We routinely started at 20, but we always used forced heat to dry, simply because I don't know if you've ever been to the Netherlands, but wait 5 minutes and it will rain. So avoid force. Okay, alphabet soup. I don't present the graph and where I do grain protein on the y-axis. I do protein yield on the y-axis. Why? Comes back to nitrogen and nitrogen use efficiency. Uh, this is the single year, and then I have relative yield on the bottom and grain protein yield on the y-axis. So anywhere between 750 pounds of protein to close to 900, well, actually over 950 pounds of protein harvested per acre across the 8 trials that are reported here in Northwest Minnesota. What is the big red line? That's basically 14% protein at that yield. So if you're above the red line, you're a variety that is 14% or higher. If you did the math, basically it's the perpendicular distance from the red line to that data point that you can actually calculate out what the exact is, or you can just look in the table and look at the mean. Why do I present it this way? Look at Stampede. Remember, every single variety in our trials get the same amount of nitrogen. Stampede does something that other varieties can't. It figures out what to do with the nitrogen and puts it all into grain protein. Why does that matter? And why did I start using this slide 10 years ago? Well, Bruce Clavin later today will talk about what's happening in St. Paul. What happened 5 years ago in Southern Maine? It's 5 years ago, right? When they passed that law? Or is it longer already? Might be longer. About what you can and can't do on the landscape with nitrogen. Northwest Minnesota was exempt. I don't know how long Northwest Minnesota is going to stay exempt. How we use nitrogen across the landscape is going to matter. And how much we can use across the landscape might eventually become reality. It did in the Netherlands 30 years ago. And don't think you're exempt from that. We're not the Chesapeake Bay watershed, which passed laws about 30 years ago too. But this is why I present it this way. Varieties like Stampede, given the same amount of nitrogen, do something better than, say, a Linkert or a 3099A. And it matters because we still have to deliver 14 to the elevator. The elevators and our clients could care less what we do on the environment. They want 14 Pro for functionality. Now, this is alphabet soup in the middle. This is a close-up of that alphabet soup. And you start seeing Horizon, the new one. And somewhere in there should be driver. There should be, where is, oh, there's Shelley. There's Rothsay. Torgy is down here somewhere. I forgot. Where's Torgy?
Keep going down right there.
Oh, there it is. So some of our lines this past year didn't do too great. Rothsay has been higher up on that red line towards the top. This year wasn't a super great year for some of our releases. Now this is the 2-year. Why did I do 2-year? Well, Stampede has only been in the trials for 2 years, and we made an exception. Why is 3099A in the bottom here? If you talk about outliers, here's one and there's one. What is the problem with 3099A? It's very, very late, but it's also extremely susceptible to stem rust. And 2 years ago, 24 season, it got hammered by stem rust. And if you want to lose yield and protein, invite stem rust to the party. That it does a number on the variety. That's why that is all by itself there. Now, 3 years data, no Stampede in here. Still 3099A in here. Trigger and Buster's high yielding varieties are here. And then the alphabet soup with everything in there. 3530 from Cropland is in there. And you see Rotse, Valda, Shelley here. You see Driver here, 9590 here in our trials. Where's Torgi? Oh, there's Torgi. Right on the line. Everybody with me? You have it all in the handouts. This is your nighttime reading. You can stare at this until you get really tired and you can go to bed and sleep. Now, second thing that you guys are interested in is how does it year over year? Does it bounce around like crazy? Because a mean is just a mean. What we're interested in is how consistent is a variety. That's what rank stability is. It's a method that I developed. Basically, the way you interpret this, anything below the blue line is more consistent than anything above the blue line. Okay, this is the 1-year data. That's only 8 environments. But if you look at the 3-year data, now you can start seeing some interesting things. Okay, Shelley, always there. Where did Torgi is here, especially in the south, that's even more pronounced, and it will move this way. I don't know what happened, like I said, with Rotse this past year. It's a little bit more variable than it has been in the past 3 years of data. So from now, this year's 3 years data is 23, 24, 25. If you look back and you would look at the same graph from 22, 23, 24, or from 23, 20, yeah, it is a little bit more consistent than it is in this graph. Linkert is always here, and we know that. Buster and Trigger tend to hang out here. This one is a new one with this year's data. Look at 3099A. That's the stem rust susceptibility. Okay, that's why that is way up by itself as an outlier on stability. I look at this as a way to assess how consistent variety. I like varieties underneath the blue line. And so if I have a choice between Shelley and 3099A, I'll go to Shelley for obvious reasons. Okay, so the picks. Or what Jim and I think you probably would want to grow. We have a bunch of criteria. We think because genetics are important, we want to have a score of FHB of 3s and 4s. BLS, we're a little bit more lenient, but I like to have 2s and 3s there. Pre-harvest sprouting, really want to have 1s and 2s. And then straw strength, we don't really rate on it, but we'll make mention of it if indeed it has problems with lodging. So, Rotse, pretty good straw strength, similar to, in a way, Linkert. Valda, I both think they're above that red line or close to that red line for and on with their yield. So they're they do something with nitrogen most years that is positive. Not like Stampede right now in the trials, but they used to be where Stampede is now. Now, Valda has a little bit poor straw strength. And then there's MBQ, milling and baking quality. Okay, I could care less about milling and baking quality than some other people. As a whole, hard red spring wheat is used to make everything else look better. And Valda isn't great compared to, say, a Faller or a Glen or a Froberg. If you deliver at 14, I don't care what the quality, intrinsic quality of that protein is. Not until they start paying you for that intrinsic quality of protein will I get worried about it. I'm sorry. I offend some people, especially on the North Dakota side of the river, when I say that out loud. They being the industry as a whole, cannot demand that you give up bushels because they like one sort of protein slightly better than the other sort of protein. When you deliver 14, they should hush. Okay, driver, also from South Dakota. Uh, most South Dakota wheats have problems with lodging. I probably stick Ascend in there now because it beats driver pretty consistently in our trials. And then with honorable mentions, we've had Trigger in the past in there, and we had Shelly in there. Uh, the only reason we added the honorable mention category is Stampede. Stampede is one of those varieties that come by once every 10 years that, like Faller did 15 years ago, that really changed our landscape. Stampede is something to pay attention to. Andrew Green is doing something right in how he pushes this program and what those varieties can do. Treasure and Horizon are basically not siblings, but they're in the same cohort of varieties. And they're all standing out like this in our trials. Now, are there concerns with Stampede? Yes. Pre-harvest sprouting, serious concern. You're gonna have to be aggressive on the harvest with this one. Second thing is stripe rust. It is very susceptible to stripe rust, similar to Faller. But that's one that I'm less worried about because that we can manage relatively effectively and cheap. 4 ounces of tilled or generic tilled that is cheaper than the bottled water in the back. Oh no, it's coffee. Sorry. Cures that problem pretty much season long if you do the timing right. So that's it. Questions? I already hinted at nitrogen, right? Okay. So Betsy is going to tell you you have to cut all the fluff out of your crop budgets. No fluff allowed. You can skimp on phosphorus probably for 1 year. Small grains, unless you really have super low soil tests, Olson's 1s and 2s and maybe 3s, you could probably get away with not fertilizing. I would still use starter, but not be safe on that. Same with potash. I will tell you not to skimp on nitrogen because the market tends to be not very forgiving when we get to 12% protein because you do need bushels. I have Jose's biases thesis. If you gave me the whole morning, I would present that and I'll show you how important nitrogen is and how nitrogen almost always pays.
Have you guys done any research on organic matter
Okay, you just opened everybody's. If you're a soil scientist, that is the holy grail. if you could ever answer that. Can I predict the amount of mineralization that I get out of the percent organic matter that I have? I cannot predict it, okay? Many have trials and they've all have failed. Now, we know it's part of the system. And like I made the comment already, when I fertilize for 80 bushels in Strathcona, and I don't know if you've ever been to Strathcona, but there's more Norwegian sugar beets than there's dirt, okay, in that field or any field in that area. There is 3% organic matter, but it mineralized like the dickens this year, or you don't end up with a 13.5% grain protein as an average. What drives mineralization? Temperature and water, and the timing of those two in relationship to when the crop needs the nitrogen. How predictable are both temperatures and precip in our area? Good, you answered your own question. That's where we get into trouble. Do we like to get away from not having a yield goal in our nitrogen recommendation and go to where corn is at or where North Dakota State is at with their nitrogen recommendations for spring wheat? Yes. Do we have enough data? Probably. Am I still reluctant to do so? A little bit, because I've done this now for 30 years looking at nitrogen trials too. Whenever I do the backwards math at the end of the season, it's amazing. You end up between 1.8 pounds of nitrogen per bushel harvested to somewhere around 2.2, 2.3 pounds of nitrogen to get to maximum yield and 14 Pro. That bandwidth of 1.8 to 2.2, 2.3 explains why we are at 2.5. We built a little bit margin of safety in there. If you do analyze and read North Dakota's nitrogen recommendations carefully, and you do the backwards calculations on each of those recommendations, because he says, well, you apply this much unless X, Y, and Z happen. And when you add X, Y, and Z and you subtract all that, you come back to 2.5. Because we know we have very productive years. We know we're going to have most years, we have adequate water, therefore we have mineralization. We now and then get caught a little bit where that actually starts a little bit too late, and you will find it in your soil nitrate test in the fall. Your wheat is really good at finding nitrogen. You should basically have nothing left at the end of the season, 20 pounds. A lot of times that happens. When you have excess of that number, that meant two things. A, the yield was horrible versus what you fertilized for, or we have massive mineralization later in the season because we all of a sudden got wet and we started mineralization. May, the last couple of weeks of May and the first 2 weeks of June are really important in when that system starts up. And so when we talk about foliar feeding of nitrogen, and you ask me, should I use 30%? Because I only fertilized for 60 and the crop looks a hell of a lot more than that right now. That's one of the things that in the back of my mind I go through. Like, how much rain have you had? Where are we with temperatures? Should I be worried? Etc. That's when that enters into the. As long as wheat is a commodity and not contracted, I don't think that will. The moment it no longer is traded as a commodity, in other words, you actually have to grow under contract. Yes. Are we anywhere close to that? No. is there opportunities, and have there been opportunities in the past to do that? Yes. Knudsen, old variety from AgriPro, for instance, was bought by either Papa Murphy or Papa John's, and they used it for their pizza crusts. Why? Because it was an extremely strong mixer. Um, the Canadians actually created a whole class for one variety because it was such a strong mixer. So there are ever so often individual opportunities, but Bill Wilson, very famous ag economist at NDSU, has calculated out that to really do IP and vertical integration adds 80 to $1, and that was 20 years ago. So correct that for inflation. IPing wheat, generally guys go, no, not interested anymore.
All of the wheat. Oh, thank you. All of the wheat related information is in this handout. So at the front desk. So if you didn't grab one when you came in, please grab one if you want all that information. There's also our summary book of all the research projects that that Minnesota Wheat and the checkoff funds. That's in that red colored reddish cover. And please fill out the evaluation form. Even if you're going to leave early, fill out as much as you can. So thank you.
That was on my list.
Oh,
He took some of my thunder. That's all right. There in your packet that you received at the door is also a second evaluation on Norman County Ag Day in general, all together. So yes, even if you leave early, please fill that quick 10-question survey out. Fill out the yellow survey for the small grains update. That'd be greatly appreciated. We do work our programming around those surveys. So right now, I'm going to turn the microphone over to the Norman County corn and soybean growers, and they are going to run their annual meeting. Do you guys have a slide deck? All right, we'll get their slide deck up. And Jack, I'm not sure if we're broadcasting this one or not. We are. We can. It's fine. Okay, it should be good now. I put too much recently. Did you pull it up? Did you look at this? Let's go up here. Oh, either way. Right. So you just have to. Okay. All right. Corey, you get to have the microphone. Do you want to be on the floor or on the stage?
I'll just walk up here.
Okay.
Can you set it down? Can
You
you sit down? 'Cause I got things
hold-
in my hand.
Hold that in your pocket. And it's not. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Corey Hansen. I would be the president of the Norman County Soybean and Corn Growers. Um, I'd just like to have a few minutes of your time here. Let's just go ahead here. What's next? Okay, there's our board of directors. You already heard from myself. Danny Brandt, would you please stand up, our vice president? Danica Quick, are you here? Thank you. Um, Secretary and our treasurer, David Swenson, please stand up also. We are one short on the board. If anybody has any interest in our organization, please get a hold of one of us board members. We will gladly give you some information if you have questions. And thank you. At this time, I'll call our meeting to order. First order of business would be secretary's report. Did everybody get one of these?
No.
Okay. Okay. Here's the secretary's report. Do you want me to read it or can everybody read?
Have others.
Huh?
They can read them.
Okay. We'll take a minute or two so you can read them. Upon seeing those could I have a motion to accept the minutes from last year's annual meeting? Who's that? Austin? Second that motion? Dave Svensson? Motion made and seconded to accept last year's annual meeting minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Just remember, you're a soybean grower. You can be at this meeting. You don't have to be a member. I would like you to be a member, but you know, don't be scared to speak up. Here's our treasurer's report last year. As of last year, you can see we began a balance of about $14,600. We had income from Minnesota soybean and Minnesota corn to the fact of about 13,400, which left us a balance of 28,000. Expenses of about 13,400. So our ending balance as of December 31st was about exactly the same as we were the year before. You can see the couple of few expenses. KRJB radio is our number one expense, but he's also our number one and only promoter that we use mostly in our advertising. You can see some donations to Reach. Last year we gave $1,000 worth of scholarships to 4 students, and we bought some soy foam for our additional soy foam for our counties to use. Can I have a motion to accept the treasurer's report as presented?
So moved.
Danny Brandt. Seconded by anybody?
Second.
Austin? Motion made and seconded to accept treasurer's report as given. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Moving on. Oh, here's a few activities we did throughout the year. We're cooking for dinner with the farmer. Very extremely good. Extremely good turnout. I feel last year we fed about 325 people or so. Year before we were in the 230s, 240s, so we increased drastically. If you didn't come, please come next year. We're doing it for the county. We're not doing it for certain individual groups. Ada farmers, we're doing it for everybody in the county, whether you farm, whether you have a business, whatever. We're just trying to show appreciation and show you where your food comes from and how good and how safe it is. This year, let's try to get over 330 people there. Certainly would appreciate it. Other activities, we gave meals to the reach the food shelf. Here we're actually giving ham and ham slices for Easter. We broke it up this year. Past year we give some ham slices. So if you were a smaller family, and we bought a few half hams to give to our larger families. It's kind of what Reach thought we should have, and I thought it went real well. We served a lot of people that way. Here's a soy foam. We donated to each fire department 6 pails of soy foam. No, 7, Dave? 7 pails, I think is what it was. 8 toilet pails. Sorry, the number keeps going up. 8 pails. We had to buy 3, but we made sure our fire departments had it. It's a new, relatively new product. It has no carcinogens in it. It does as better or any of the other wetting agents. It actually is a wetting agent, to be tell you the truth. So if I'm talking to farmers, you know what a wetting agent does. Basically, it helps that water go further. Um, it's a great product. It's a win-win-win for everybody. Um, Here's where our just extra sponsors and extra things we did for the you've seen the signs at the Norman County Fair. We helped Ada Borup FFA in the Feed the Farmers in the Field program, which is kind of a snack or lunch program that typically happens about the first part of October, last of September. We help support Ag Safety Week. We always help support our FFAs, whether it's through fuel funding and make sure they scholarships for them. Um, and then we're also supported by the MSGA, as Minnesota Soybean Growers, and the MCGA stands for Minnesota Corn Growers Association. Here's some of the other activities we did. We give this year we were fortunate. We had four excellent um, students that applied for scholarships. We're guaranteed to give two $500 scholarships because we had extra funds and the support from our county. We give also two $250 scholarships to students. And as a board, I'd like to thank you. Thanks for the support. I have a
You want me to go first and then,
sure.
well, we got elections and then we have the,
Oh,
or do you want?
let's do our corn and soybean um, talking points and
So I'm Luke Hagerty. I'm the research and district field manager for Minnesota corn. After break, you're going to hear from Adam Burr all about Minnesota corn and where your checkoff dollars are going. But I just want to say hi. I help support all the counties from Traverse County all the way up to Marshall County. So I get to work with good organizations like the Norman County Board here. Really, really good board to work with for sure. But I wanted to also put a plug in for membership. So just like Corey's going to do with the soybean membership. Corn membership's a little bit different. You can pay with your checkoff dollars with a partial refund. So there's no additional cost straight up front. So if you're not a corn member and are thinking about it, we have sign up forms down here. I'll be here for part of the day, but Corey will be here if you need to sign up later on within the day. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Corey.
okay, I'll mention quickly too, tagging on that, our Minnesota soybean growers memberships. Um, their form right here. Come over to our booth. We will certainly help you sign up. It's two $250 gets you a 3-year membership, a wind jacket and some other things. Yearly memberships are 120. The memberships to MSGA, just like memberships to uh, Minnesota corn growers, just like memberships to Minnesota wheat growers. Membership is where your dollar and advocacy starts and ends. Without membership dollars and without joining groups like that as members, um, you don't get policy being changed or made, or even to get a voice at the table when you're in DC or you're at the state capitol. Membership is extremely important. I can't tell you enough about it. I didn't quite understand it and didn't believe it until I got involved a few number of years ago when this group got involved. Let me tell you, it's the way you change things down and the way policy gets changed is through membership. They will, wheat will tell you the same thing. It's membership. Don't just say, "Well, I'm a member of Minnesota wheat or I'm a member of Minnesota soybean." That's enough. When our lobbyists go to the state capitol or when our lobbyists go to DC, when they say they have 10,000 members or 100,000 members backing them, and this is what they want for our state or for our region, legislators don't ask how many actual farmers is on that 100,000 number. They just know that there's 100,000 people out there bought memberships, and that's a true number. So, like I said, I can't, I can't ask you enough to think about joining. In the soybean case, I know right now there's about 27 or 28,000 roughly soybean farmers across the state of Minnesota. Sadly to say, there's only about 11 or 12% of you that actually are members to our organization. That's an awful heavy load for a small percent to try to move the needle, try to do things. Just keep that in mind. It's something that needs to be done. Other than that, I'll give you a few talk to you a little bit about MSGA, and then I'll talk to you a little bit about the Minnesota Research and Promotion Council before we go into our elections. First of all, on the MSGA side, as you know, last year in 2025, we had a divided legislators session. We worked hard alongside of all legislators to pass bipartisan bills to help Minnesota and Minnesota farmers. We didn't get it done during part of the session. We did have a short special session, and we got it done without having a state shutdown. Minnesota soybean growers celebrated numerous legislative successes, including protecting crop inputs, funding critical programs, but we have unfinished business remains as of this year, from biofuels to taxes, heading into our 26th session, which does begin February 17th. Some of the legislative wins was funding for the Minnesota Department of Ag. Our directors and lobby team worked across the aisle with lawmakers and MDA to bring farmers' interest to the forefront. We made sure that the MDA budget would remain fully funded for this next biennial, which is critical. MDA budget funds soil health initiatives, protects us against noxious weeds, supports the agriculture, research, education, extension, and technology transfer. And that is a whole mouthful, but it does. It's a very, very important fund for us to have and agriculture to tap into. To advance research, provides critical farm safety support. Crop input protection portion. We did not include any new restrictions on pesticides, fertilizer, or seeds. I can't emphasize enough is that when you're in the spring, when you're filling your fertilizer in your drills or spreaders, or when you're putting seed in your equipment, either A, take a rake along with it, or drag your feet to bury some of that seed. There is nothing worse than have people drive by on a road, whether it's a township road that's a grass trail or Highway 75 if it goes by your land, to see the treated seed or the fertilizer lay out there in a pile. Please drag your feet, because people see that's not farmers, and they think it's wasteful, they think it's bad for the environment, and they're worried about the birds eating the treated seed. They're worried about the ground getting contaminated with that small pile of fertilizer. So whatever you do this spring, please consider and do it, to even just drag your feet and mix some of them seeds or fertilizer back up in the soil. So when you're driving, so somebody's driving by that field at 50 miles an hour, they don't see what's spillage out there that's happening. I mean, it's critical, and we will fight that forever, but it's a battle that we're slowly losing with the environmental groups. Biofuels. Well, we celebrated this past year. We celebrated 20 years of B2 in our tanks. Very, very important for the not only the corn, but for soybeans as far as biofuels. Like I said, B2 in our diesel tanks. We're working now alongside corn for the renewable fuels, hoping that this E15 and E20 can take off nationwide. I really believe in it. It's just remember, when you pull up to the tank, you're helping yourself by actually putting on these products. federal advocacy, MSG was a one of the loudest people and voices in the nation's capital this past year. We have 6 representatives, ASA, which is on the national board. We have 6 representatives from our state, plus our 4 executive board members go. We send 10 people every time they go to DC. Sometimes people say, well, that might be too many, but that's never not enough. Because we not only see Minnesota constituents, we see neighboring constituents, we see constituents that do not like us, and we will walk in there and smile and proudly tell where we are, where we're from, and what we want to accomplish. Sometimes we're met with some resistance, but a lot of times they open up and they listen to us. They believe the farmer's voice, but we need more of them, and we need to do it more often. That once again goes back to membership. Our advocacy there predicted and told the story of our losing soybean markets up here in the Northwest. So everybody knows that most of our soybeans from this area get on a train and used to head to the Pacific Northwest. Well, this year they headed some down to Houston. I don't know the last time we actually shipped a train from Northwest Minnesota to Houston, Texas to get on a boat. There was just no market in the Pacific Northwest. So we predicted it. We told the administration, we asked the administration to work hard on it. Well, it's what we got today. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's something. It's a start, and we're hoping it'll flourish from here. Next week on in the state wise, as far as 2026 priorities, will be our annual meeting. Corn's annual meeting is one day. Minnesota soybeans the next day. We will. It's those annual meetings that pass our resolutions that actually gets given to our lobbyists to try to lobby on behalf of the farmers. So just remember that if you have time. You know, it's going to be an uphill struggle. I'm sure Bruce is going to tell you that when he gets up here. Minnesota Research and Promotion Council. I'm your elected official up here. I represent districts 1, 2, and 3 of the Northwest. I start by approximately by Highway 10, go across and go all the way north. Very, very large area. I try to touch as many farmers and county groups as I can. I don't feel I'm touching very many sometimes, but I'm trying to get better at that. Minnesota's a home to, like I said, it's over 25,000. I think it was a little more than that, but anyway, we grow 7 million acres of soybeans in the state of Minnesota. You know yourself, each time you sell a bushel of soybeans, 0.5% of the market price goes to the checkoff dollar. Half of that checkoff dollar goes to the USB, our national organization, and half of that dollar stays here in the state for uses. I happen to be for every dollar that's invested through checkoff, farmer earns approximately $12 in return. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good return on investment, in my opinion. I happen to be the chairman of the research team now for the state of Minnesota. We just got done going through 33 projects. We had requests over about $1.7 million. We have just under $1 million of actual money to divvy out to those projects. Last year we funded 20 projects in areas of pest management, genetics, and other agronomy sections. And typically we always look at them as we like to have about a third of our projects in currently, about a third for the next 5 years, and a third for 5 years and beyond. We kind of try to break it up a little bit as we do. Being Sergio is sitting here, I'd like to introduce our new research director, Sergio, and I'll let him tell you his last name because I'm not going to make it sound very good. I'll tell you that. We also there's other groups as far as our Minnesota Research Promotion Council. New Uses is another one. We have through New Uses how we distributed over 300 5-gallon pails to the state of Minnesota of the soy foam. I can't tell you how happy I am with that because of the no PFAS, no harmful chemicals to our firemen, no having to worry about soil contamination after the fire and where the water's going. It was huge before, and that's part of the reason why it was hard for the fire people to use. That's all I have to say about that. Once again, membership, people. We need it. At this time, we will go to our elections, and I'll have to have Danny come up and run the elections because, of course, I can't.
I'm just gonna stand down here, and I'm not gonna use the mic. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Up for election is Corey Steve. He's open. Do we have any nominations for anybody else interested in running? If not, I would entertain a unanimous ballot. I move to cast a unanimous ballot for Corey. Thank you, Austin. Do I get a second? Second from Dave. Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Congratulations, Frank.
Thank you. It does mean something to me because I do feel I represent every voice in our county and every person that's here today. So come and see me if you have any questions. I'd just like to thank you on behalf of our board. Thank you on behalf of Minnesota Corn and Minnesota Soybean for allowing me and this program to happen up here. And thank you to the extension.
One more thing for you.
Oh.
Minnesota Egg Expos next week, we have a bus going.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Next week, going down to our annual meetings for corn and soybeans, we have a bus that goes down there. The corn and soybean meetings, by the way, are called Ag Expo if you haven't heard about it before. But anyway, we'll be leaving, I believe, on Monday, coming back on Wednesday. If you've never been, it's a great thing. They have a huge trade show down there. It's growing every year. It's hard to explain it. It's similar to what a Prairie Greens is because it's very, very informative. They have speakers, they have informative sections like that. It's a little bit like Big Iron because there is some equipment there, not a lot. It's mostly contained in either in the arena or in the field house area, I think is what they used to call it. But anyway, yeah, if you have any interest, please see me or Lorianne or Luke or any of our board members. We can get you signed up right now. The bus is free. Currently, it's paid for by Minnesota Corn, Minnesota Soybean Growers. I will say that we can feel fortunate that at the beginning of them trying to help bus people in about 10, 12 years ago, there was 4 buses, one coming from each quadrant of the state. Currently, there is only one bus. It's been only one bus for the last 5 or 6 years. Comes from this area because of the support and because of the support of you and everybody else that rides the bus. Last year, we had around 30 people-ish.
Yeah, 33 signed up right now.
I have 33 signed up right now. It's a great time. We usually get snacks, drinks, stuff on the way down, make a couple bathroom stops, stop 3 or 4 places to pick up people. Like I said, it's a great time. And we have some fun times together too. I mean, we've had a flat tire, we've had run out of gas, diesel, we had it's a good experience. You get a well-rounded experience with the whole situation. So anyway, anything else, Lorianne? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Corey.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you to the Norman County soybean and corn growers. As that concludes their annual meeting portion today, we're going to move into our first break of the morning. So, our morning break sponsor today is Egg Country Farm Credit Services. But I also want to acknowledge our booth exhibits. We have Norman Public Health, Sus Vanderhob Seed Sugar Beet Seed, Norman County Soil and Water Conservation District. We have the Norman County Corn and Soybean Growers, Bennett Hooglam Agency, Soico International, Ellingson Companies, CHS West Central. Egg Country has a booth over here, GK Technology Inc. and Trilogy Egg. Sorry, I always say that word wrong. And then also our extension booth up front. We have lots of events for extension coming up throughout the next couple weeks here. So check up front for some of our handouts on those. We're gonna get started again at 10:30. So please use this half hour to network with your vendors and booths and also all of our sponsors. So thank you very much. We'll be back at 10:30.
Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades? High performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here. If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades, high performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
I don't know how that happened, but okay. Is this on? Okay. All right. The time has come for our next set of presentations. Do you want to be on the stage or do you want to be?
What works best?
It doesn't matter. He'll
Stay on the stage.
Okay.
People can see me better or whatever.
So they're clicker,
Yep.
new batteries, so
All right.
working.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay.
Yes.
So when I hand it over to you, you can just put this in your pocket
Oh, sure.
and then hold on to the mic. Because
Perfect.
All right, we're going to get started with our next speaker. And welcome back to the live online viewers. I don't know if anybody noticed, but we are live broadcasting today on yourliveevent.com. So thank you to Your Live Event for that that part of our program today as well. Our next speaker is Adam Burr. He is the executive director of the Minnesota Corn, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about the Minnesota Corn Checkoff over the last 35 years. So, welcome, Adam.
Well, thank you. Good morning. I was telling the folks yesterday, my first foray into this was 12 years ago when I was the research director, and so it's fun to be back in a different role, but lots to share. And I'm going to focus on the checkoff, but also I'll touch a little bit on some policy, and then Bruce Clavin's going to follow up with some. He's going to do a deeper dive into the policy, but I'll touch on a couple of things. Always like to start with who we are. We are two organizations. So Minnesota Corn is kind of the umbrella organization, but we are, as you've heard, similar to soybean. It's the Minnesota Corn Growers Association and the Minnesota Corn Research and Promotion Council. There's 18 members of the board on the grower side, and there's 11 on the council, and we do everything jointly. We meet jointly. We have action teams jointly that focus on various research and new uses and so forth. So everything is done together. Kind of going to do a deeper dive into some of these things. You know, the goal is to obviously we're trying to create a policy environment that can help you guys succeed. We want to look for those opportunities, economic opportunities, so that we can maintain viability moving forward. And we've kind of do that through a few different buckets. And I'm going to touch on each of these in a little more detail. Start with the utilization. In our portfolio, ethanol is probably the biggest part of our portfolio, as you can imagine, but it has reaped some rewards over the years. Going back to 2008, we have invested $35 million in ethanol, and that has been in infrastructure. We a few years ago, we started putting in ethanol infrastructure and providing grants for blender pumps for gas stations. First one was 2013 at a gas station that was located across the street from our office in Shakopee at the time. And here we are, 15 years later or thereabouts, 12 years later, and we're still going strong in blender pump infrastructure, tanks, that sort of thing. We matched the state. We put in $1 million a few years ago with the state to do a competitive grant program, and then the state matched us. And that's still viable, and folks are still applying. And it's reaped some benefits. We have the largest blend rate, the highest blend rate in the country as far as ethanol is concerned at 12.84%. Our friends in Iowa are starting to creep up on us a little bit, but we're trying to stay out ahead of them. We are just recently surpassed 525 stations that offer unleaded 88. And I'll talk about this a little bit more. Unleaded 88 is the brand that we've kind of landed on. When I say we, Minnesota Corn doesn't sell the fuel, but the retailers have kind of landed on the unleaded 88 brand. When it first came out in 2013, you could have found Unleaded Plus, E15. There were all kinds of different things, and the marketers eventually, fortunately, all landed on unleaded 88, and it's tied to the octane. That was why they landed on it. They said, well, it makes sense because of the octane. Still some confusion amongst consumers out there, and we'll talk about that. But we are at 525 stations. Makes us, I think, Iowa has surpassed us a little bit on the number of stations offered, but it's been really successful, and we'll talk more about that. The other part of our utilization portfolio is exports. And, with all the talk about tariffs and trade wars and what have you, actually corn had a good year last year in terms of corn exports. We made set records there, and ethanol exports we set records. Just unfortunately, we're not seeing it reflected in the market for various reasons. But actually, the export portfolio for corn is pretty good. We work very closely with the U.S. Grains and Bioproducts Council. Bioproducts was actually a recent addition to their name, the USGBC. It's because a lot of their portfolio now is focused on ethanol exports. I'd say more than 50% of the activity at the Grains Council is now focused on ethanol exports. I wish we'll talk about some of the domestic ethanol policies. I wish we could make some inroads there, but you know what? Other countries are seeing the benefits of ethanol, and they can't get enough of it. Canada in particular, and we'll talk about that. We also work with U.S. Meat Export Federation, Northern Crops Institute, Minnesota Department of Agriculture. We fund a contracted position with Department of Ag in Taiwan to promote Minnesota ag products. And so, there's some of the activities that we do there. And then the third bucket of the utilization portfolio, sort of the new uses, the green chemistry, what have you. This is an emerging area. It's been around for a long time. I think people remember PLA, and we had, there were shirts and so forth. But what's changed, I think, over the years in this is the market is demanding it. The companies are asking for these green biodegradable products. We're also starting to see some price parity with oil-based, plastics and so forth. The chemistry, the way they convert the cornstarch to the plastics is getting better and creating some more price parity with oil. So we've got a couple of companies that we, provided some of the early seed money on in terms of research, Valerian and Lackrell, that are kind of starting to get to that production scale. And we figure back of the envelope math between Valerian and Lackrell, there's probably about 1 billion bushels of increased demand there if we get fully implemented on those. And then lastly, you hear a lot about sustainable aviation fuel. We've got a ways to go. I'd say that one's probably a little bit longer term. There's some policy things that need to be worked out, but there again, the difference, and I think the encouraging thing is that the airline industry, Delta in particular, whom we work with pretty closely, has doubled down on this. They really want to reduce their carbon footprint, and the only way they can do it significantly is through the fuel. And so they are very interested in SAF. And, the problem is the production. We just don't have nearly enough production right now, but, we're working on it. But there again, too, even with SAF, if we could just get, a fraction of that market, it's a huge worldwide, globally, it's a huge market. If we could just get a fraction of that, it would have huge impacts for us as far as domestic corn marketing and corn grind. And so we're continuing to plug away on that. The good thing is the end user's asking for it. They want it because they have Delta having an international footprint. Other countries are demanding it. And so it's not going away. It's just how long is it going to take us to get there? But we'll get there. In the meantime, though, I think there's still some things we can do domestic ethanol with unleaded E15 and on the trade front. Just want to put in perspective, this is a report we just put out. You'll be hearing more about this report, but it's just a graph of Minnesota exports of corn, DDGs, and ethanol by destination country. And you can see, we talk about how important Canada and Mexico are to just even Minnesota in particular relative to corn and ethanol exports. I mean, literally, the Canadian export value goes off the page. It's that important. I mean, we talk about soybeans and the importance of China. If corn ever were to diminish or lose Mexico and Canada, our two closest trading partners, it would be catastrophic for us. They are good trade partners. I know it, the USMCA is up for review right now, and there are some commodities that have some concerns about it. But from a corn-only perspective, it is really working well. And we visited with the Canadians. I was in their national capital last fall, visiting with various folks in government. They are really committed to biofuels. They want to scale up their inclusion rate, their blend rate. and they don't have domestic production for ethanol. And so it's a huge, that market continues to grow and to be an opportunity there. And then here at home, unleaded 88 E15 sales again started 2013, 2014. Here we are, 24th. 25 data isn't quite yet available, but you can see year over year we're seeing increases. We have plateaued, maybe just a smidge. We'll talk about, I think, some ideas we have to move past that. The important thing is we've moved beyond awareness about unleaded 88. Back in 2013, nobody knew what it was. And of course, we were calling it 5 different things. Now there's awareness about it. We just kind of have to get past this notion. Frankly, when we talk to folks, now it's a matter of, I see it at Quick Trip. There's often a 20, 30. I've even seen a couple weeks ago, Quick Trip in Apple Valley had a 75-cent difference between 87 octane and 88 octane. But they said, I didn't know if I could use it in my car because they're equating unleaded 88 with the 85. It is not the ethanol content. 88 is not the ethanol content, it's the octane. And that's created some confusion. And so we just need to get past that. Once they hear it's safe for their car, they're like, oh, then yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't I not want to save, 30, 50, even 75 cents? So we're going to continue to work on that. I do think we have not tapped out there or plateaued. We recently, on our corn marketing and evaluate and check off, we've been around for 35 years. We thought it'd be a good time to check in and just see how the investment has been going thus far in our 35-year history. And we contracted with a firm that does this. The other corn states utilize this firm. They're out of Des Moines. And they found that for domestic market development, every checkoff dollar leverages returns $87 to Minnesota farmers. And on the ethanol, it's 117 to 1. So we feel good about that. Of course, we would love to see that. We're going to continue to press hard to make that number go higher, but we want to check in, see how we're stewarding those dollars over 35 years and know that, developing markets is our number one priority. You may have seen we've been doing a little advertising around that at Big Iron. There was this billboard was at Big Iron. Luke captured it for us and just trying to educate folks and let folks know how we're stewarding those dollars. Another bucket I want to talk about that's important and just coming on the heels of the Norman County meeting here is our member and consumer engagement. We have over 6,700 members. That puts us number 2 behind Iowa. We were ahead of them for like a month a couple years ago, and they found out, I think, and suddenly, I don't know, they got a bunch of memberships. So it's always good to have friendly competition. We get along with our Iowa friends really well. What's unique, I guess, about the corn checkoff in statute, you can actually refund. You can always refund your corn checkoff. Our refund rate, by the way, is about 5%. You can refund a portion of your corn checkoff and apply it to your membership. Sorry, I'm hitting buttons. And apply it to your membership. It's called the partial refund. And Luke here would be happy. He's got forms. If you're not a member and would like to become a member, it's essentially free. In terms of outreach and sellback, we do a lot, trying to provide support for young leaders that are in agriculture, as well as trying to reach out to our urban friends as well. And so we have a number of programs that we support with that. We offer scholarships for college-age kids that are going into agronomic careers or degrees. We do sponsorships, of course, programs like 4-H and FFA, also a bunch of acronyms here, but MinAg Rural Leadership. A lot of our board members are sort of graduates of the MARL program. MinAg in the Classroom is MAITC. That is run in partnership with Department of Ag, and they develop materials for grade school age kids, and they reach 87 counties. And, it's been a really good program to get that information out there. My wife actually teaches in a suburb of the cities, and her high school has started a class, an ag class, working with the MinAg in the Classroom folks because they develop curriculum for schools that want to do that. And it's become so popular, they're going to add a program. So you don't have to grow up on the farm to be interested in agriculture, and that's going to help us to get folks that are in these urban districts interested in agriculture. So that's been a great partnership for us. Grassroots engagement. us in Iowa have this unique structure. You just had the Norman County meeting. When I talk to my colleagues in the other states, they don't understand this county structure that we have. They don't have a county structure. They might have a district structure or a regional structure. Really, only us in Iowa have this county structure. And we've got 52 organized corn organizations throughout the state. It's really unique. Like Corey said, all of our grassroots, when you have our delegate meeting next week, we take great pride in that we're talking to you all, that we're engaging with you all, that we are truly a grassroots organization. It's really important to us. And it's very unique. We talked about a couple years ago, we changed our sort of county support structure where we're offering now, sort of a county sponsorship program that you kind of get a lump sum up front to help in your local communities with activities that you want to do. You're going to know best on what activities to get involved with locally, and we want to make sure we can support that. Some of the outcomes of that, we have invested $1.5 million in programs like MNAG in the classroom since 2021 and have reached 160,000 K-12 students annually. Investments in the county sponsorship program has resulted in 3.4 million since 2021 and has engaged 1.5 million folks. And then we have programs like Nitrogen Smart run through the University of Minnesota and Brad Carlson focused on nitrogen. Did that a few years ago. That's touched 1,200 farmers, million plus acres. And I talked to Brad. He's going to offer a couple of sessions up in the valley this year because I know there's been some requests for that. Luke, in addition to wearing the DFM hat, also recently we added a hat to him because felt like he needed to do more or wanted to do more. And so he's our research director now, research manager. And this is also, I would say, next to the ethanol program, is probably our second largest portfolio, and that's the research. And you can see a big, significant, going back to 2008, over 12 million. Oh, look, it's thinking on its own. Just wanted to get a drink. Over 12 million invested in research. A lot of money in water quality projects there. And y'all have heard it hasn't maybe touched as much up here in the valley, but the nitrogen, we're going to talk more about that issue, particularly Southeast Minnesota. There's a lot of programs, there's a lot of agency reports, there's a big push to address nitrogen in the state. And we have been able to bring this research to those discussions, to comment letters that are going on, and it really has, I think, move the needle a little bit. We also invest a lot in soil fertility projects, and a lot of those projects with Fabian Fernandez and Dan Kaiser and others that are developing the university recommendations are funded by Minnesota Corn Checkoff. So those recommendations are getting updated using checkoff dollars. And then another area, big area, is we do surveys with farmers on getting input on how can we use the checkoff and reaching out to consumers, the non-ag public is always a priority. Shows up on a lot of our surveys, and so we have a number of programs and ways we do that. The sports partnerships we've been sponsoring with the University of Minnesota Gophers for a long time, football program, the hockey program. We've done volleyball, basketball. Has a mind of its own here. Twins Radio has a huge footprint, so we've done some things there. Do a lot around biofuels promotion and marketing, and we'll, there some things you may have seen. The Big Ten Network for the last few years, us and about 8 other states have partnered in doing some unleaded 88 marketing with the Big Ten Network. There's stuff we've done within the state, and we're actually looking at pivoting and doing some different things within the state as well. And of course, then, there's our social media pages, our newsletters, all of that, number of different ways, once in a while, or we try to stay active on the op-ed front when we see something that's sort of maybe have some misinformation about ethanol or the way corn is grown in the Star Tribune. I know, shocking, but once in a while you'll see that. We try to jump on that and get op-eds posted. It's not always easy. They're not always reaching out to us to have us author a column, but we have had some success there to try to get the right information out there for folks. The two things we've probably focused on relative to this front is family farms. We've done surveys with Minnesota residents through a third party for over a decade. And the one trend that we're starting to see uptick that has caught our attention a little bit is this notion of this rhetoric we hear about factory farms. And I think because they're so removed from now agriculture, and they see things like LLCs and all this, and they don't understand that that's a tax structure. It's not corporate. So it feeds into this factory farm rhetoric. And so there is this belief, and I think too, they drive by a field and they might see a seed sign and they think, oh, Monsanto is running that farm or what have you. That's something we got to get past, because that, and it's I think it's hit the livestock folks too. So a lot of our messaging, we've tried to really drill home that 98% of the farms in Minnesota are family farms. And there were some events, Farm Aid. You remember that the concert was at the Gopher Stadium here this early fall, late summer. On the light rail, we had some signage going around. This is the Goblish family out of the Marshall area, and just again trying to drive home that no, we're family farms. We're real people. These are not paid actors. We had Gopher Drive summary. We're promoting Unleaded 8. That's Todd Wenzel on our board. Again, just trying to not only promote ethanol, but also just convey this notion of family farms. We've got a Zamboni. If you ever go to any Gopher hockey games, the Zamboni is wrapped in Unleaded 88. We've been doing that for probably 3 or 4 years too. And then, St. Paul Saints, we've had that partnership for a long time. The foul pole, say Minnesota corn, and between innings, we get an opportunity to share some messages about corn and family farms and so forth. I'm going to do a light touch on this because Bruce Clavin is going to dive into this a little bit more later. We are seeing this pattern of, I think the environmental community has gotten frustrated because folks like Bruce and Joe Smentek with soybean and Amanda Billick with us have done such a good job with their presence at the Capitol to sort of keep things that would impact your operation at bay. So now they're turning to litigation. They're turning to petitions, and then they follow that up with litigation. And Corey touched on the neonic issue. The most recent one is this ag drainage. And because we saw this pattern of petition to the state, followed by, and then maybe the state denies the petition, then followed by a lawsuit, our board said, can we do something proactive on this instead of playing whack-a-mole on this all the time? And so this was brand new for us, partnering with soybean to actually file a lawsuit naming MPCA and naming the environmental groups that filed the petition on ag drainage here a few months ago to get a declaratory judgment on this. I'm going to let Bruce touch on more of that. He's the attorney. I'm not. But this is new territory for us. And I will say, too, on both the lobbying and these litigation, those are membership dollars. We cannot use checkoff dollars for those activities. We keep very bright lines between research and promotion activities and this sort of activity. This is grower dollars. That's why the membership is so important. Switching gears a little bit, talk about federal policy. It seems like it was years ago, I guess, one big beautiful bill, but there was a lot of things in there that we have been lobbying for years. When we were trying to get Farm Bill reauthorization, we'd be going in and talking about trying to get reference prices increased to more accurately reflect current conditions. We've got, finally in the one big beautiful bill, some tax provisions that I know they might not provide the relief here in the near term, but hopefully they have long-term benefits. Same with some of the changes that were made to enhance the farm safety net, Title I, Title II. May not feel it this year, but hopefully, these things are cast in stone now. They will help in future years. We've got a really good relationship with Chairman G.T. Thompson, Chairman of the House Ag Committee, and as well as Senator Bozeman, Chairman of the House Senate Committee, or excuse me, the Senate Ag Committee. And, finally, we were very happy to see this. Obviously, would have preferred seeing it under a full Farm Bill reauthorization, but honestly, after going to the Hill 3 years in a row, carrying the same message, we were just happy to see some movement on this. Fast forward to this year, we hope that, a skinny Farm Bill, as they call it, there's some other issues that were on the table relative to the Farm Bill that we'd like to see addressed. The big one for corn is getting this E15, year-round E15. We got to get past having to do these emergency waivers every year. It's impacting, I think, why we're seeing a little plateau is because who wants to invest in infrastructure if you're not certain you're going to be able to use E15? You need that certainty. This should be easy. We've been doing it for 17 years. We're trying to it's like literally checking a box in legislation to get this passed. But I will say the oil community does not want to give up another drop in that gas tank. And so it's been a challenge, but we're hoping this year that we can make some inroads on that because we've got to put this behind us. We'll continue to push hard on trade and new trade agreements. Under one big beautiful bill, we also saw a doubling of our MAP and FMD. Those are federal programs that help our organizations like U.S. Grains and Bioproducts Council. So that was great to see because they had been on flat budgets for a long time. And then, on the crop protection side, this would apply to both the state and the federal. It's our number one priority. There's, as you can imagine, whether it's atrazine or Roundup, the tools that we use are constantly sort of being scrutinized with this MAHA movement. We're seeing some new things there, and they're sort of taking it to the state. There was labeling legislation passed in Texas, of all places, that never would have you would have thought something like that would pass in Minnesota. It was Texas, as far as labeling concerns about use of pesticides, atrazine, Roundup, etc. So some new things going on there on the federal front, and it's starting to creep into on the state front. There is a picture with Senator Bozeman, great friend of Minnesota Corn, wonderful person, advocate for agriculture. Both he and Chairman Thompson have been great partners together. Touch on a little bit of the ad hoc economic assistance. Obviously, this is not ideal. We'd much prefer to get the checks from the markets rather than the mailbox, but we recognize too some of the things that we passed from one big beautiful bill are not helping with input prices and the other challenges you're faced with today. And of course, crop report a couple days ago didn't help matters on the market front either. And so we understand these are band-aids, right? We know that, but we're just trying to get as much as we can to get to that next year. And so we've got ECAP payments, supplemental disaster assistance program, and then the most recent announcement, the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program, that's going to pay $44 an acre for corn. One thing important to note, there was some confusion because there was the payments on the SDRP had a factor applied to it. That will not happen with the FBA. That's already been incorporated into when they did the $11 billion budget. That factor was already incorporated in there. So your payment will not be factored when it comes to the FBA payment. Last thing I just want to touch on, sustainability. I know maybe it's a term that gets some of our hair on edge a little bit, but when we're talking about trying to advance new markets and new economic opportunities for corn, and we're engaging at the legislature, be it state and or federal, the sustainability message does resonate with those folks. And so it provides us a door to open and come and talk about issues that are important to the corn farmers, but also under the umbrella of talking about issues around soil health and water quality that we know are important to our consumers, important to the folks that we visit with at the state and federal legislature. So stay connected. I've got all these outlets we use. Leader Update comes out weekly. It's an e-newsletter. We've got our Corn Talk magazine. We've got our social media things. Last thing I'll touch on, I think, because I think I kind of skipped over it. On the ethanol front, we're really going to try to address, I think now that this awareness is out there around unleaded 88, we're going to try to really address, I think the one remaining question is, can I use it in a car? Our message is simple now. We don't have to get past explaining what it is and where you can find it. Folks know. So we partner with Minnesota Biofuels Association. They represent, their members are the plants and those in the ethanol industry. They're co-located in our office in Burnsville. We partner with them on a number of activities. And this summer, they had a booth at the state fair, just a one-day booth. And we helped them. And a couple of observations. If you give away anything, squishy toys, anything, people will line up for giveaways. And then once people see a line they think, oh, there's something really important there, so they'll get in line. And then once you approach them to talk to them about whatever, in our case it was on 88, they feel so guilty in being Minnesotans, they're not going to walk away from the line because, they feel obligated. Well, you're giving me something, so I'll stay here and listen to you. But in those conversations, what we learned was either folks were already using it or they absolutely knew what it was, but they thought it was tied to E85 and that they couldn't use it in their car. And once they found out, no, we can use it, they were like, well, absolutely. Why would I pass up 20, 50 cents savings? And so it just gave us a little bit of a litmus to say, okay, this is the message we really need to double down on to move past maybe this little plateau that we've had in the pump sales. So I think that puts me, yeah, about at the end of my time. Maybe a time for a question or two. If not, I won't run out right away, and you can feel free to find me. But thanks for having me this morning.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, we're going to switch the slide deck here. You can be on the floor or there. It's fine. All right. Our next speaker this morning before lunch here is Betsy Jensen. She's with the Farm Business Management at Northland Community and Technical College. So she's going to talk to us about those marketing plans. So take it away.
I didn't know it was right before lunch. God, you guys look hangry already. Okay. So I get the worst draw of the day because marketing plans, we had a horrible USDA report. I'm right before lunch. Try not to throw anything at me is all I can ask. Okay. So I'm farm business management. And so what I do now is I travel all over working with you guys on your finances. All right. We do your balance sheets, your cash flows. We work with your lenders. There are a bunch of us in the area. I don't come this far south. I don't come to Halstead, but we do have Josh and Kyle in Moorhead that can probably be willing to help you out. I do have a couple guys virtually, so if you run into a roadblock, definitely reach out. But in general, I don't know this area that well. I'm way up north by the Canadian border. Okay, so we got a to-do list for today. Marketing is what we really want to focus on. And so we're going to look at your past decisions. We're going to create some marketing plans. And we're going to prepare for profits, you guys. It is January 14th today. We are not ready to condemn 2026 2 weeks into the year, okay? I've done a couple of cash flows. I'm willing to condemn this, okay? This is a disaster, but we're going to find a way to make it work. Okay, so this, the step one is we're going to review your past decisions. Value United does not use the Bushel app, and they don't use CHS. Those are the two that I use. I did download the Value United app. I can't log in, but it looks like we can export everything, right? Are you guys able to export things to an Excel file from the Value United app? Has anyone done that? No? Can you? I'm almost positive you can. We can do it with CHS and we can do it with the Bushel app, but there's that little export button off in the corner and it sends everything to an Excel spreadsheet. So if you guys happen to be at Prairie Grains in December, Alan Kleist did an amazing presentation that he never mentioned wheat in, which was a little suspicious. But in general, talking about marketing, I thought he did a really good job. And so I've been working on this with my farmers this year, and it has not been going very well. All right. This is, there's a lot of humbling things we discover when we download all of your grains transactions from the past couple of years. So here's what I want you guys to do. Worst case scenario, you enter them in on Excel on your own, you go through your records, whatever it happens to be. But we export to an Excel file. And from there, this is what Alan recommended, and it was genius. You look at your average price you got last year, you look at your high and your low prices, And then this is the one that's been causing everyone stress is the expenses. And I know that all of you guys are amazing marketers who never make bad decisions. All right. I know that looking at you. You guys are a good group that always makes the right decision. But just in case you have a neighbor that maybe didn't make a good decision, one of the things I've been doing for farmers is adding up their deferred payment costs and their storage fees. And when we add up that number, there is an audible gasp in the room. I don't know that anyone, it's easy when you just get your check and you don't even think about it. When you start looking at what goes into that check, that is what is causing people a lot of stress. And it's causing them to pledge to do better. And I think the same thing is probably happening right now in 2025. We don't have a bushel problem, right? You guys raised amazing crops last year. We had good yields. We ran out of room. We don't have enough storage. I don't want to sell at these prices. So you deliver it to the elevator and you think I'll worry about it later. Well, later ends up being deferred payment costs. It ends up being storage, and all of those numbers really add up. So I do want you guys to kind of look at what you spent maybe inadvertently on marketing expenses last year. The other thing I got a little kick off there is the maybe SDRP2 potential. Has anyone applied for SDRP2? How did it go? Mediocre. So a guy yesterday, I tried to go in and it didn't go very well because I feel like I knew more about the program than they did, and then I felt silly because I didn't know. It's very confusing. And so my FSA in Marshall County said, if you had corn and beans, it's fine. They don't know anything about spring wheat. And so you have to self-certify how much you got for protein discounts. And then the factors I said, well, how far away am I from potentially collecting? And they have no idea because I didn't understand any of the factors at the bottom. If I need to have $300,000 in protein discounts, I'm not going to fill out the paperwork, right? If I'm $10,000 away from collecting, then I'll fill out the paperwork. So SDRP2 is a little bit confusing. I will say it's kind of a mess right now. It's self-certifying, but if you had wheat, most likely in 24, because that's when we had the protein issues and we had the vomitox or falling number issues, maybe some VOM too. If you got the discounts, if you can show them those tickets, you might qualify for a disaster payment. The other thing that comes into play, if you have already received an SDRP2 payment, you might have qualified just because of a shallow loss. If you collected on wheat, now you have to go back in and show them your protein discounts because you're going to collect even more. So I'm adding this to your to-do list for the year. And I know it's going to be a little bit of work, but I think it's going to work out in the long run. So if you guys do have quality issues, the easiest way to do it is to export to an Excel file. So I exported to Excel and then I sorted by protein. I mean, I did the whole thing, guys. It shouldn't be that hard, but it doesn't fit into FSA's spreadsheet, right? They have their own. It's the government. Like, they have a spreadsheet from 1987, I think, that they're trying to use. And so I have a number and I got to figure out if FSA will let me use that number. But keep that in mind. That could be a potential disaster, an additional payment you receive this year. Okay, so you looked at what you got for prices last year. You looked at your high, your low, your average. And so you got to think about, where do I want to start selling this year? This is how I did in 25. How do I want to do in 26? What can I do to do a better job? Part of my concern this year, I mean, this is for my own farm as well. I farm, we didn't have a bushel problem this year. I mean, our production was fine. It was a cost problem and then also an output, like the prices received. And so what if we would have had a crop problem? I mean, there weren't that many things that went wrong this year, but we just can't cash flow. Just in case you are wondering, if you get an SDRP payment, it's a horrible kind of slap in the face. The guy I was sitting down with to go over his payment, we were looking at it. He goes, our guarantee in 23 was 864 or something like that. I go, yes, that was our spring guarantee. There was an 8 in front of our spring guarantee in 23. That was our crop insurance guarantee. And in 24, it was just under $7. And we thought those were bad, right? We weren't happy. Oh, geez, 860 something for wheat. We need definitely 10. It was just 10 last year when we had the Russia-Ukraine war. So we got to think about what we did last year in 25 and try to do a little bit better. I want you to think about the minimum, what's the average price? Lightning strike me dead, we'll go over that. And then finally, how can I avoid storage and deferred payment costs? We have got to do a better job. When I add up interest expense for my farmers, they always get a little sad. Oh, I can't believe I gave that much to the bank. But interest actually, I'm going to say it gains you something, right? Like you need financial leverage, you need to leverage your farm, you need to grow your farm. Those storage and deferred payment costs have not paid for 2 or 3 years, right? You are writing out that check and you did not get a better price by storing your crop. So this is back to that interest expense. In farm management, we take all of the data. This is Minnesota and North Dakota wheat. So there's probably 400, 500 farms in this database. And so we can sort it into 10 percentiles. And so if we look at wheat in 2024, I'm currently going around and collecting all your 2025 numbers. But in 2024, the high 10%, the median was $27.84 an acre is what they spent on operating interest. Not overall interest, no land, no machinery, just their line of credit and accounts payable. The low was 8 cents. We probably got some guys with no lines of credit. And the median was $6.80. If we go look at a whole farm, which takes into consideration your land debt and your intermediate debt, the high 10% gave $24.50 back to the bank for every $100 in revenue that they took. So you collected $100 in revenue and you wrote $24.50 back to Egg Country. That is not going to be sustainable, right? That's not going to work real well. The average, the median was $5.50. In general, we like to say if it's under 6, you're okay. 24 and a half is not going to, it's not going to work out. So let's start creating our plan. We got to beat our 2025 price. How much more do I need per bushel? This is kind of what I think we need to do a little bit better job planning on. We don't have any bin salesmen in here today, but how much storage do I have and how much should I contract in advance? So like on our farm, if I can, I deliver canola as much as I can at harvest. The kicker with our canola, you remember I'm way up north, whatever you have for overrun is priced that day. So this year it wasn't that bad. 2 years ago, my overrun was like $16 because that was the price when I delivered that day. And that was a tough pill to swallow. But I kind of got a plan, like what do I want to store? What can I not store? And you have to plan ahead. We don't want to deliver at harvest unpriced. When do I need cash, right? When are your payments due? Your loan payments, your rent? And then I know you guys always think about this. How much income do I want in 2026? Tax planning honestly should start today. If you're going to be contracting December corn and you want to take that check this year, let's kind of plan ahead for that. So here we're talking old crop. I think most of us have wheat, all the crops in the bins right now. And so what if we could get $6 wheat, $4 corn, and $10 soybeans? We have been over $10 soybeans since harvest. We have not been over $6 wheat. And $4 corn, we were over $3.90 before that report. And then USDA found some extra bushels for us. So nice round numbers for old crop targets. You know, I don't like to use round numbers. Drop those down to $5.95, $3.95, and maybe $9.95 or something. So look at this slide carefully. New crop for sale. There's one little line that changed on that. So when we're talking about 2026 marketing, so your crop that you're going to put in the spring, I don't think starting with $6 wheat is that bad. $4 corn and $10 soybeans. I think those they're not great. I will never brag about them, but if that's step number 1, that's not a bad place. So here's the one thing I want you guys to remember today, and I've stressed this for the past couple of years because we've had it, is the carrying charge. The carrying charge and the carrying charge. So this was prices last week when I sent in my presentation. March wheat was $5.70. March of 27 is $6.41. So you are getting 71 cents to store your wheat for a year. Okay. That's a heck of a carrying charge. We do not see this very often. I'm going to say normal is like 45 cents, probably 4 cents a month. And so right now you're getting, yeah, 71 cents. So if we go back to 25 from, or yeah, the crop we raised in 24, I had protein issues. Okay. I mean, I raised phenomenal bushels with zero protein, right? Not zero, but pretty darn close. And so we decided to carry over wheat into 2025. So that wheat is still in my bin, but I have it contracted for March delivery, and I have almost $7 it contracted for almost $7 because of this carrying charge. And so yes, I have wheat in the bin, but it is contracted because of this carrying charge. If you are thinking I'm going to store wheat into next year, and I don't know that there's a good reason this year. I think my protein play is playing off amazingly. Protein discounts are significantly less than they were a year ago, but you have to price it. You know, at 641 March wheat, that's $6 cash. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to get a 30 under basis today, I think is what you guys have. It could be a 20 under basis. We can have $6 wheat, but it's going to have to be for March. If you want to deliver December, you're looking at 630. Also think about if the market rallies, right? It is only January 14th. If the market rallies, take advantage of these carrying charges. In the soybean market, soybeans generally do not have a full carry. And we see that again this year. It's got a little bit of a bump. This was last week. We had 1078 November. So it's kind of close to $10 cash. We'd have, in the past, we used to say a 60 to 70 under basis was kind of normal on soybeans. This year, we're looking at more of like $1 under. We don't have the export market at this time. But we're not far off from making some of those soybean sales either. And finally, here's our corn. Oh, these looked so good last Friday. 464 December corn, which is almost $4. I mean, I'm going to say maybe we can get 60 under. We're 55 under locally for me today. Harvest sometimes tends to be a little bit weaker. But we're not that far away from making sales. And so I don't know if we're going to make sales today, but I think you need to add it to the things to get done in the next couple of weeks category. Okay, maybe you don't have to hit that sell button today, but with the carrying charge, you are rewarded when you plan ahead. It's when you wait to sell on the cash market that we run into trouble. So this is an example that this is a marketing plan I put up. If this marketing plan works, if all these targets are hit, we will achieve an average price of 715 futures. So take our basis off of that. But in order to do that, I'm starting off at 15% at 630 December, okay, which we're pretty close to right now. My final price would be at 795, which would be very exciting. And then my lightning strike me dead price is 850. So it's a long ways, right? It's going to take something huge. It's going to take another Russia-Ukraine situation. Something's going to happen big to hit that 850 price. But I want to write down that price to remind myself of how amazing it looks today. Like start the trucks, deliver the grain, and don't look back. In soybeans, I said, well, we're going to start at 1080 November. If this plan works, we end up with 1190. My lightning strike me dead is 1350. Beans in the teens, we use that term a lot, and it really doesn't happen. Okay, I mean that's something we like to think is normal. Beans in the teens is not normal. So hitting 1350 soybeans, I think I can see wheat maybe going to 850. 1350 soybeans, I think would be a very, very long stretch at this point. And then corn, finally, the average price would be 553. I start at 470. I end at 640. And may lightning strike me dead if I hold corn above $7. And I think $7 corn right now, that I would not look back at that price either. We would be making money. Just as a reminder, I think the slide I will always put in every presentation just to remind you. This was July 5th, 2017. So this is the spring wheat market. In 2017, we had something similar happen with the Russia-Ukraine situation. But it was July 5th. North Dakota was burning up. Montana was burning up. We weren't going to produce any spring wheat, and the market panicked. And so we actually inverted the market. You can see it told us I want all of your wheat in September. I will give you $8.20 a bushel if you deliver me all of your wheat right off the combine. If you hold it, I'm going to give you less. Okay. So that we had a good, I'm going to say 2 weeks, maybe 2 to 3 weeks that we thought we didn't have any wheat. And miracle of miracles, the wheat did actually not burn up, right? The weather forecast was hot and dry. We ended up with pretty good yields, and the market was back in the low $6 range. I'm going to say probably by mid-September. And so it was a weather rally that was very short-lived, got a lot of good memories to it, and we were very excited for a brief period of time. If the market does become inverted, that's a sign of a bullish market. And it's hard to sell because it kind of paralyzes you, right? Geez, if wheat is 8.20 today, it's probably going to 9.20 or 10.20. And that's why I like that lightning strike me dead price. Holds you, tries to give you rationality when there's no rationality out there. And so in my job as a farm management, successful farms, you got to have cash on hand. Maybe not this year, but in a perfect world, you have cash on hand, you pay your taxes, and you know your own cost of production. I really hate to give out cost of production generic sheets because all of you guys are above average in here. I know that you guys are low cost producers, right? You get above average yields. And even if you don't, everyone has their own unique cost structure. Okay, 2026 outlook. I have done cash flows and they do not flow. They are not even close to flowing. I'm not sure I don't know what the situation's going to be. But they lost money in 25 and they're probably going to lose money in 26. And so we do expect a ARC PLC payment in the fall. We don't know that for sure, of course. And even with some government payments, it's still not looking good. Alternative crops, I'm very grateful that I don't live, I grew up in Faribault County, and where they have corn and beans and beans and corn and corn and beans and beans and corn. Those were your two options for crops. This is I know it's tiny little numbers, but this is my farm. And this one always makes me cry. It's 2004. Everything froze. So you can see up there, kidney beans and navy beans did not contribute anything at all to overhead. The crop insurance indemnity didn't even cover the seed, fertilizer, chemical, fuel. This is probably the year that it wasn't good, right? It wasn't good. And so what we want to do is when we're looking at our crop mix, I don't think sugar beets are going to show a profit this year in our analysis book, but they're still going to contribute greatly to overhead, like they generally do. And so if you're thinking, I want to pull something out, I want to pull out corn, we got to make sure we're using the crops that contribute the most to the overhead. Overhead generally doesn't change. You can plant all corn, all soybeans, all wheat, all sugar beets. Your overhead expenses generally don't change. And so we want to find the crop that contributes the most to those. So here, I gave you guys some marketing plans. What happens if they don't work, right? What if wheat doesn't go to $7.90, right? That could happen. So here's some reevaluation deadlines. We saw January is generally one of the biggest USDA reports, and we saw that this week, unfortunately. It had a huge impact on the market. March 31st, Tuesday, mark that one down. That's gonna be another mover. April 6th, maybe not such a big mover, but I put it on there. May 12th is huge, and June 30th is huge. So keep those in mind for your targets. I think you guys placed 2 sales today. I don't care if it's $13 beans. I don't care what you do. I think you should place 2 sales today. I can place the sales from my Elevator app. I don't know if you guys have that option at Valley United, but my sales are already in there actually. And if I'm sleeping and they get hit, that's even better. So just remember the joy of a 13-year-old in a grain cart with a fully charged phone and AirPods and a never-ending list of hot stuffed pizzas, snacks coming to you on a regular basis. So whenever we're thinking this farming business is garbage, I'm tired of it, I don't want to do these cash flows, just look at the joy on her little face as she gets fed another for real from the gas station, right? Okay, yeah. So that is us and farm management. I think there's 68 of us in the state. And there is my email address. If you have some questions, you want to email me, just let me know. If you have good ideas on how to make the cash flows work, I'm open to any suggestions. I do think this will be my worst year of farm management. I've been doing it for 25 years. I think this will be the most stressful year for myself and the farmers. And I mean, we've been through some tough times, but I think this will be the worst. So on that happy note, what kind of questions do you guys have? Just keep in mind, it's January 14th. There will be changes, there will be opportunities. Be in a position to take advantage of those. Also, I would be the first one into your bank, not the last one, because they're going to be less willing to refinance by the time March 15th comes around. I've already refinanced how many guys? I don't have the ability to do it anymore. So be the first one in and not the last.
Any more questions?
All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Betsy. Before we get started with our next speaker, we will take a break on the live feed. But I do want to just say a couple things. I think Adam alluded to the nitrogen. Brad Carlson bringing some of his nitrogen work up to Northwest Minnesota on the Thief River Falls up on my table up here. The Thief River Falls pesticide applicator training date. Brad is coming in and doing the morning portion, and then we will do the pesticide applicator workshop in the afternoon. And then up in Roseau, Brad is coming up for the morning or for the afternoon portion and doing the nitrogen program up there. So those dates are on the card on my table. So if you're interested in any of that extra nitrogen information, Brad will be coming up to Northwest Minnesota. With that, the pesticide applicator workshops are
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades, high performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades, high performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades, high performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades? High performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades? High performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
All right, we'll give this a try. We did get our Wi-Fi connection back up and going as well. So our next speaker, so thank you to Brian and Austin as well for giving us that update. Our next speaker is Sergio Cabela Leyva, if I got it right, with the Minnesota Research and Promotion Council. He's going to talk to us about some soybean research. But let's see here. And we are back on our live broadcast too, I believe. So I'm going to hand this over to Sergio.
So I need to move this rope.
Just put this in a pocket.
Okay.
And then just, you just need to handle the microphone.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
And then this is your clicker.
And the pointer.
And the pointer.
Thank you.
You can be on top
Yep.
or on the bottom.
I feel like too upright here, so I'm gonna go there. Oh, if it's not a problem with the camera, I can stay here. So
You can go down.
okay.
You can.
Thank you. Well, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for having me. It's always for me a pleasure have the opportunity to present our research. And today I'm presenting turning research into profit for Minnesota soybean growers because at Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council, we do applied research. So this is a very unique thing that we have here in the US. I'm not sure if you are aware, but this is unique in the world. So farmers, thank you to your checkoff dollars, you can direct the research that you want for your farms. And this is really unique. And it's a collective work between farmers, ag professionals, scientists, companies, and we always advance our production. My name is Sergio Cabello Leiva. Thank you for the introduction. I'm a soil scientist originally from Chile, and I earned my PhD here in North Dakota State University, so I feel around here like back home. Very familiar with the northern cropping system and the northern weather. So after 10 years, still I'm getting used to the call in the morning. This is a research presentation, so I'm not giving you recommendations, but I'm trying to show you what we are doing. It could be useful for your farms and turn that into profit. Okay, so I'm going to mention some products. I'm not doing endorsement or this product doesn't work. It's just a matter how it's performing in our research. My background, I have 15 years of experience in seed production back in Chile, several crops as you see there. I have background in precision agriculture. That's why I was talking with the company here. And I was the soil scientist in Carrington for a couple of years. The beauty of this position, when I start as a director of research in Minnesota soybean, how can we connect the research and your needs? So I spent most of the summer and all these months talking with farmers across the state, understanding their needs and challenges, because I'm an ag professional, that's what that I consider, but I'm not a farmer, even though I spend all my life in between crops, like with my granddad, with my dad, and now, but I'm not a farmer. I'm still an ag professional. So our view, it could be different. You are 100% all the time there. Meanwhile, I spend some times, in the office, like reading stuff and everything, but I'm not following the same things that you do. So this interaction has been amazing. And please keep contact me and we can learn and we can work together. The other part of this job, when I get your needs and your challenges, I don't have solution for all. So I had the opportunity to go to the best scientists in the state, out of the states, and being honest to you, one of the best scientists of the world. So I was talking with scientists from University of Minnesota, North Dakota State, South Dakota, Iowa. So that was great too. Another thing, and this is open to all of us, it's field days during summer and some conferences too. So there is a good opportunity to learn applied research there. And there is a one thing about those things. You can ask with the plants there in the field about treatment, what fertilizer did you use, what herbicide did you use, and also you can interact with your scientist and you can give them direction, feedback. Scientists like to do that too, because it's a win-win situation. So I encourage you, Minnesota Soybean support this and much more of field days across the state.
I know during the season you are busy, but if it happens, if you have close by to your operation, please go. Other thing that Minnesota soybean developed this season, and I encourage you to go to, is to YouTube, to our Minnesota soybean channel, and you'll find some technical videos about soybean. They were like kind of directed for different parts of the season, and they're very short, so 1-2 minute videos, and also gives you like a graphs of research and some technical advice. Moving on to Minnesota, what happened this year? Well, we went a little bit down in terms of acreage. You see from 7.3 million to 7.08 million acres. But our yields, compared with 24, went up to 51. So good to hear that. Means your yields went up across the state. So you are doing a good job as a producers, and you should really feel proud about the bushels that we are reaching here. Although my farmers always joke to me, like, Sergio, please come back when you have the solution for 100 bushels soy. We are working on it, and it is not that crazy. In some point, we will. Overall production was 361 million. So with less acres, you produce more. That's very important. And this map here, this is the accumulated precipitation of the state. If you see here in central Minnesota, we have a lot of rain. And one thing is the total precipitation, but also the events are getting very concentrated, and that brings challenges. Personally, I'm from central Chile. Nothing grows without irrigation. So I prefer to have water than don't. But to have excessive water brings challenges in terms of like soil diseases or herbicides or pests, etc. Keep this graph in mind because we're going to be talking about a couple of things. This production cost, that is something that it's on the air. I hear some professionals talking today, very nice presentations. In the case of soybean, 12% represent our seeds, which is a good investment, and you need to be very accurate when you choose and what kind of seed do you choose. Chemicals, fertilizer, 7%, reapers, fuel. So, and the list goes on, and that's kind of the general. This is it changed from farm to farm, but you have the idea. Simple exercise. January 2020 compared with August 2025 in the price of some inputs. Let's see, potash and phosphate, 95% up. It's a lot, right? Things goes up, prices goes up. Let's say machinery, 38% compared with 2020 to 2025. One more, diesel, 39%. This is like a national average. Did your crop prices went 95% compared with 2020? Probably not, right? And that's one of the focus of this presentation. The first presentation is an experiment from Dr. Seth Naive. It's comparing 10 on-farm research trials across the state of Minnesota. Red bar, farmer practices. Your planting date, your fertilizer, your fungicide, farmer practices, 10 locations. Then this group create this green bar, which is nutrition. So over the farmer practices, they add fertilizers, either if they need it or not. So nutrition practice. And then the full practice, so no limitation. We add 2 applications of fungicide, fertilizer, some foliars in order to add everything to get the more yield. What happened in this? Each of these is a location. Can you see there a difference between them or not? This is 2025, by the way. Those are the locations: Lesur, Hector, Norseman, Olivia. No significant difference. So even with our premium treatments, we didn't get an increase in yield in neither of these 10 locations. 24. Lower yields, it changed. Same farms, same treatments. Are they different? 2 points here that I want to point. Good for you, Minnesota soybeans growers. You are doing a good job. So basically, these 10 farmers are reaching their potentials in their systems. Still room for improvement, but in terms of inputs, they reach their potential. The second point is these 10 farmers, if they add more inputs, they didn't see any yield benefit. I'm not doing an economic analysis. I'm just showing yield. Something to think about. The main driver of yield differences here was weather in these 10 farms. So it changed farm to farm. I'm saying in 10 farms, there were no differences in 25 and 24. So the third point of this is, well, let's reanalyze our operation. And in times when we have $10 bushel soybean, rethink what is really necessary and what is not, and do your own research. I didn't visit your farm, and although if you invite me, it will be my pleasure to go. If you're gonna trust a new inforo treatment, or you're gonna try an herbicide, probably not, but like a foliar, leave a strip in the middle, not in the side. In the side, it would be border effect. In the middle, a strip, untreated. You are better than me to observe plants. Look at the plants. Is there a significant difference? If you cannot see it, most likely that product didn't have a positive effect in your crop. If you see a difference, most likely it did. Simple. Well, crop inputs prices are going up. Crop prices are not matching that. It used to be back in before 2012. But now we have a gap. So we got to be very accurate. What about IDC, soybean cyst nematode? Are you familiar with that? This year, IDC and here in the northern part of the state was all over the place, not just here in central Minnesota, southwestern Minnesota, all over the place. But my question for you is really IDC or is soybean cyst nematode? Because the symptoms, it could be confusing. These photos are from here, from northern Minnesota, from this year. Do you see the cyst there? This is the field. The farmer told me, I have IDC in my field, but I never seen it before in that spot. This field is with tail drainage. Soybean cyst nematode. Tree crop rotation. What about soybean cyst nematode and this study is directed by Dr. Senishan? I'm going to say this, and please keep this in your mind and share it with your fellow farmers. 10 and 30% of your yield, 10 and 30% of your yield can be taken away by soybean cyst nematode without symptoms. So when I said 60 bushel bean, and if you have soybean cyst nematode in your field and it's taking away 20% of your yield, does it sound crazy, 100 bushel beans? Not so much, I'm not saying that, but it's something to consider. When you see the symptoms of soybean cyst nematode, means we are in trouble. Same that apply for fertility. So the recommendation here, and this is also research supported by your checkoff, PI 88788 is basically overcome, but most of the population of soybean cyst nematode across the state. So we gotta rotate with picking. So when you check your seed catalogs, you gotta go in and say, what's the source of resistance for my soybean variety, and rotate them. And even so, if you are choosing 88788 because you gotta put it in some point, change companies. Because the companies report the sorts of resistance, but they're not telling you how many times that gene is copied in the genome of the plant. And what I'm trying to say, all varieties has different response or different level of tolerance to soybean cyst nematode. So it's healthy to rotate them, even if they have the same source, different companies. So keep that in mind too. IDC and soybean cyst nematode here in the northern part of the state. When you have soils prone to IDC, sometimes it's because of pH, sometimes it's because of salinity, excess of water. So you will apply some, this is a product, but in reality it's iron chelate in furrow. And sometimes it will have an effect. When you have soils that are prone to that and you apply that, the IDC severity with iron chelate, it decrease, right? Yeah, you expect that. So you do that, you know your farms, you apply. And in this case, in terms of yield, you got like 4 bushels boost with the ferrolite, with the iron chelate. So in the cases when you are prone to have IDC, these products stay. When you are not, I'm not saying it's not, most likely not going to be a good investment. So this is a situation, case of study, 2 farmers. They told me, Sergio, I have IDC. Tell me why. Central Minnesota, IDC and healthy plant. Organic matter, amazingly high. pH, kind of high for soybean, but it's our soil. It's nothing that we can do. Salinity, kind of low. Calcium carbon equivalence for this soil was 11. If you are above 4.5 calcium carbon equivalents, most likely that area gonna have IDC. And if you still wanna plant, probably you're gonna use an iron chelate, and probably you're gonna find an IDC tolerant variety. Okay? So in this case, when we check the soybean cyst nematode, kind of low. So the driven force here was the soil, calcium carbonate equivalence. But what about here in northwestern Minnesota? pH 8 high, calcium carbonate below 4.5. So that was not the driven force. The driven force here was soybean cyst nematode. Soil analysis, contact your ag professional, talk to your neighbor. Sometimes between 2-3 people, you make better plants. At least that works for me. Just a simple example. You remember the map of Minnesota with a lot of rainfall in central Minnesota? Well, we have a lot of sudden death syndrome. Are you familiar with sudden death syndrome here in the northern part? It's kind of going up year by year. Those are the foliar symptoms, that kind of mosaic. It's a soil-borne fungus, it's fusarium. And it tends to enter in cool and wet soils. Remember that, please. Cool and wet soil. And also you have brown stem rot, same foliar symptoms. But if you split the stem, you'll have that brown rot in the middle. Bad news. Good news to find out, bad news to tell you. We found for the first time in the state red crown rot, which is also a soil-borne fungus, super aggressive. There is no cure, no variety resistant. We are working on it. We are testing. Minnesota Soybean is supporting an important project in this to test varieties, local varieties, how they perform with the fungus, and also how seed treatments work. There is some claims about seed treatments. They have like partial work, like Victrato from Syngenta or Alivo. So we are working on those things to test it and then to deliver to you. Again, it enter easier in soils when they're wet and cool. So what I want to say you, I know planting early is what we want. But if you plant too early, you're going to leave your soybeans prone to sudden death, brown stem rot, and red crown rot. Just to share a couple of research from 2023, different weather. Waseca, April 26, May 10, May 25. Planting dates, no difference in yield. Grand Rapids, May 25, June 5, June 15, no difference. Crookston, May 5, May 19, June 2, no differences in yield. Significant differences in a tribe. What I'm trying to say, I'm not saying don't plant early. Plant early. We want that yield. Don't plant too early. So when the soil is less than 55 Fahrenheit, I wouldn't personally plant. And if I have history in my field of Phytophthora or sudden death, I would probably not go that early. I would try to go as early as possible, but not crossing that line. What about white mold? This year, white mold was all over the place because it was a lot of rain. Well, one option that Dr. McCahey, is studying is the plant architecture. As simple as it sounds, she's studying the genetic part. Basically, upright varieties have better like kind of air movement and more light inside, so you have less incidence of white mold. So if your field has problems of white mold, thinking upright varieties, talk to your seed representative. The severity of the disease is much lower and a lot lower. Maybe we could say 10, 20 bushels per acre. What about Phytophthora sojae? And I really like this study. This is also from Megan McCahey, supported by Minnesota Soybean. Phytophthora sojae is a soil-borne pathogen too, present in most places in the state. And we find out here that most of the races or population of Phytophthora sojae are resistant to RPS1C and RPS1K in the state. So when you go to your seed catalog, check your Phytophthora resistant source. Ideally, you should be in this way. Dr. McCahey went further and she gave a recommendation of sources of Phytophthora sojae resistant that you should be looking. Let's pick one example, Rice County. For this area, we can contact her, 5 minutes. We have RPS3 and RPS6. So it matters. This also could drive your yield up. What about wet conditions and cover crops? Cover crops are not a silver bullet, but we could use it when you have like excess of moisture. This year, in neither of these, in both of these counties, we found that a yield increase planting on green because we have too much water in this experiment. So it's an opportunity for you to gain a couple of bushels more or to control water hemp. Not a silver bullet, but sometimes can apply or in some parts of your farm. What about soybean aphids? This year we didn't see much because soybean aphids, they get washed out with water. I want to point you here. This is untreated and this is treated with a pyrethroid. Do you realize why the untreated is lower than the treated? This is soybean aphids population. Any idea? Because this population is resistant to pyrethroids. Not everywhere in the state is this happen, but most of the populations in the state are presenting resistant to pyrethroids. So if you spread, the population go up over time because we kill the natural enemies. So the threshold of 400 or 300 depends on your area. It matters when you're gonna spray. And the good thing, all these products offer a good control. What about water hemp? Well, water hemp, we did a hand mix study with Liberty Ultra, and we boost, as you know, the water hemp control and giant ragweed when you use ammonium sulfate. We all know that we have like hard water and we gotta use it. But if we use dual magnum S metallochlor, we increase the window cover. This is not a recommendation. This is an ongoing process. So we are mixing these things. And next year we'll have more data to share with you and your ag professionals. What about soybean breeding and genetics? Minnesota Soybean support the breeding and genetics program. 17 new lines were released to private sector. I know probably you are not growing a Minnesota soybean variety, but a lot of these traits for Phytophthora, soybean cyst nematode, white mold goes to private sector. You don't see it in the seed catalogs, but we are working on it and also teaching the new generation of breeders. One thing that I want to show you, I left a couple of them. If you email me, I can send you the seed guide that we put together with 6 states of public breeding materials, all available for farmers and for companies. Anyone that want these materials could be shared. Another thing that I want to highlight is our research book from Seed to Solutions. I left a couple of copies there. Probably you receive it with the Soybean magazine. We have the fiscal year 24, the support of your checkoff dollars, signs directed and chosen by farmers of the state at your service there. So any question, that's my email. In the book is my email too. If you have any question now, I'll be happy to try to answer if I have the answer. Good. Well, please contact me anytime and I'll be happy. And seriously, if you have something in your farms and you want to invite us, I'll be honored to. I have a couple of things there. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're fine. Yep.
Thank you, Sergio. With Sergio's help and hopefully Corey's help as well, we'll have uh, another research pod hopefully for Norman County for this next year. So we're working on that for the third year in a row with Angie Peltier and myself and Corey Hansen as that participator. So with that, we'll switch over to our next presenter, uh, James Cruz from the Farm Service Agency for Norman and Clay County. Come on over, James. So James wanted to come in and visit with us all on a little bit about what FSA is up to and their their work hours and everything else that's going on with the Farm Service Agency. So welcome James up to the stage. In the pocket. And then should be your clicker. Right there.
Thank you, Heather. Just wanted to give a little update on some of the programs that we have going on. Um, as you heard earlier, with a supplemental disaster relief program that actually started last July, and that provides disaster relief payments to producers who suffered some type of revenue production or quality loss in 23 and or 24. Applications are now accepted through April 30th. We'll talk about that there's 2 stages to this program. Stage 1 was based on your crop insurance indemnities. So if you received a crop insurance payment in 23 or 24, you should have had last July, you would have been mailed an application. And those payments, all you needed to do was return that application, answer a couple questions on there, and then those payments were issued. Stage 2 was just introduced here in the last month or two. It covers losses that are not covered in stage 1. So we're looking at shallow losses. So maybe you had a loss, but not a large enough loss to qualify for a crop insurance indemnity. We're also looking at uninsured losses. So if you didn't have crop insurance, you can now apply for this program. And then quality losses. With stage 2, it may take a little bit more documentation from the producer. For example, it's coming pre-filled. We can print it out. It will show everything that was reported to your crop insurance agent. So whatever your production was, if you agree with those numbers, you don't have any quality losses, they all came through on the system. You just need to answer a couple questions, sign the application, and we can process that. If you don't agree with those numbers, maybe there was something didn't come through right from RMA, then there's just, you need to provide some evidence of what your production was in those years. And then you also have to provide, of course, if you're uninsured, didn't have any crop insurance, you're going to have to provide that production data. But then with quality losses, you're also going to have to provide some type of production data to prove those. We'll talk about that here in a minute. So when we talk about quality losses, it is a decrease in value based on discounts due to the condition of the crop. So this is supported by those grading factors. So probably in this area, the most common ones in 23 and or 24 was in wheat. So it's or if you have forage, it could be a decline in the nutritional value, again, based on those forage tests. We just introduced last week, stage 1. A lot of people were paid that crop insurance indemnity. They were also paid, they may have been adjusted for quality. You do now have the opportunity, if you think that quality is larger than what you're paid on crop insurance, you can provide that quality documentation and add that to your stage 1 application, and you may qualify for an additional payment. Stage 2, the quality loss percentage is part of the application. So as a producer, you need to provide a calculation of what you believe that quality loss was, and that would be based on what the value of the crop was on the day you sold it and the price you actually received after your discount. So an example might be you might be able to get documentation from your elevator that shows the price of wheat was, say, $4 that day, but you were qualified only for feed wheat and you got $2. That's going to show those bushels that were affected. You complete this spreadsheet, you figure out your quality loss percentage, and then that gets added to the application. So if you think you have quality or you think you had some shallow losses, go ahead and contact our office or contact your local FSA office. They can go through what needs to be done. They can get you that calculator and help you walk through that. Everything based in this program is going to be based on your actual crop insurance units. So you're going to have to kind of look at that. But definitely contact our office, and we have until April 30th for the quality loss or any parts of the SDRP. The next program that's next program that was just starting to get talked about. It's been being talked about for a while, but we've finally got some information, and that's the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program called FBA. This is going to provide a one-time bridge payment to American farmers, and the idea is to continue to bridge that, get you from where we are today to when the new programs with the ARC PLC benefits that they're going to increase when those come into play. So to be eligible, you need to be actively engaged in farming, have risk and interest in the eligible planted commodity, and you would have to, everything's going to be based on the acres that were reported as of December 19th. And then the payment will be based on 2025 reported acres, so the acres that you reported to FSA. And again, by that December 19th date, prevent plant acres are not eligible under the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program. And all intended uses, except for grazing, some left standing volunteer or experimental acres, all of those should be eligible. This program will be subject to a payment limit of $155,000. Average adjusted gross income does apply. These pre-filled applications are going to be available. They're telling us at this point the week of February 23rd, with the idea then that you're going to get those, you're going to be able to sign them, and we're going to be able to start issuing payments by February 28th. That was $11 billion of the $12 billion that they set aside for the Farmer Bridge Assistance Program. The remaining $1 billion is going to be reserved for commodities not covered in the FBA program, and those are still under development. So we're not exactly sure how those are going to be. There will be some time to make sure you can get those acres also reported. So this is the payment rates that they came out with the program. Just looking at a few of them. Corn is $44.36. You got your soybeans at $30.88. Wheat at $39.35. Like I said, that will be coming out in February. We talk about the one big, beautiful act that was passed in July. Some changes that are going to take place. It's going to revise the ARC guarantee calculation. That's going to start in program year 2025. So right now, the 86% is the number that they use. The new program under the One Big Beautiful Act will be 90%. It also revises the effective reference price calculation that they're going to use, and it updated the reference prices. For example, On corn, the existing reference price is $3.70. Under this change, it will become $4.10. Soybeans was $8.40. That will become $10. Wheat is $5.50, and that will become $6.35. It updates the payment rate calculation, increases the payment limitation. So right now, everything has been at 125. It'll go up to 155,000 as the new payment limitation. For the year 25, you're going to get the higher of Arc County or PLC payments. That'll be an automatic change for the year 2025. And it allocates up to 30 million additional base acres. So right now, the county offices are going through and making sure all the farms are updated. And sometime the end of March, early April, we'll be getting some new base allocations. So a lot of farms will be able to get additional base acres. Along with that, some of the changes that are going to take place because of this are going to affect this year, where right now you're used to coming into the office and signing up for ARC PLC. Right now, it looks like ARC PLC sign up may be the end of the summer. So it's going to be take a few changes, but that's to get all these additional base acres applied to the farms so that we can get those in place for you. So just keep in mind, if you have farm record changes, you're buying land, maybe you're selling land, renting additional land, keep those changes coming to the FSA office. We can get those changes updated for you. Because of the additional base acres, we won't be able to do any reconstitutions at this point. But if we get all the paperwork ready, as soon as we are authorized to do that, we can get those completed for you. We do still have the marketing assistance loan program. Our current rate is 4.625. And if you're interested in that 9-month loan on harvested crops, you have until March 31st for small grains and May 31st for row crops. We do have the farm storage facility loan program, low interest financing to help handle and or transport eligible commodities. So we can look at on-farm storage and handling facilities. So we're looking at grain bins, flat storage. We can look at new or used portable or new or used storage and handling trucks. So any type of trucks you might need for the transportation of your commodities after harvest. We do have portable or permanently affixed storage and handling equipment. So almost anything it takes to handle that crop for storage. We can look at augers. We can look at grain baggers, grain bag unloaders. We can look at grain carts, sugar beet carts, almost anything that can mean. So that's up to 500,000 per loan. If it's, we can use microloan provisions if it's 50,000 or less. Minimum down payment is 15% or 5% for microloan. If you're looking at grain storage of some kind, we do have to demonstrate a need. That typically hasn't been a problem because you're allowed up to 2 years of crop storage for this program. And there is a $100 non-refundable fee. We do have to do an environmental evaluation. So if you are looking at constructing a grain bin or anything that involves ground disturbance, now is a great time to come and see us. We can get that process started over the winter. So when you come in the spring, have all your estimates ready to go. We can have that ready for you. For collateral requirements, basically, if it's $100,000 or less, we just take a lien on what we are financing. Over 100,000, it does require some type of additional security, typically real estate, or we can do a letter of credit from your financial institution. Current rates and terms. Right now, our terms are 3 to 12 years, depending on the loan amount, and our rates are varying from 3.5% up to 4.25%. So there's just kind of a picture of a lot of the different things that we can finance. So if you're interested in needing anything for handling your crop, storing your crop, maybe last harvest you were looking through, thinking when you're harvesting, there's maybe some things you could use that makes your harvest a little bit more efficient. You can take a look at this program. Come talk to us, and we can give you all the details. We do have all of our other programs. ARC PLC sign up. That's going to be, like I mentioned, it's probably going to be later this year. We haven't been given a date, but well into the summer. We have the Conservation Reserve Program. We're expecting they'll announce some type of general sign up and continuous sign up as we go through the year. We do have our livestock disaster programs, livestock indemnity program, which is LIP. That's basically if you have death losses due to a natural disaster greater than your normal mortality. And we do have the livestock forage program, which helps with the grazing. So if we get into a drought, that program can help. Then we do have some other disaster programs under the emergency assistance for livestock. We do have the dairy margin coverage program that was just announced. Sign up just started on Monday. And with that program, if you are a dairy farmer, you will be able to get a new production established for that. We do have organic certification cost share program that should be coming out later. And that is if you're an organic operator, we can help help cost share some of those fees that you are required to pay with organic certification. We do have the non-insured crop disaster program, NAP. So if you have some crop that's not eligible for federal crop insurance and you do want to get some type of coverage on that, we do have that program available. Our county committee, due to the government shutdown in October, November, that county committee election got delayed a little bit for the 2025 year. But we do have a farmer elected committee that helps to administer our programs. We have 3 members, and they each represent a different local administrative area. They can have a 3-year term, and they have a 3-term limit. Advisors are appointed to help represent any women or minority interests that aren't elected to the committee. Our 2025 county committee election typically would have happened last November. That got delayed. So that election actually is going on right now. The ballots should have recently been mailed, and the deadline to submit those is February 2nd, and that would be if you are in LAA 1, which is the left or the furthest west third of the county. And our nominee for the ballot this year is John Jocelyn, who is currently on the committee. So that will be going on. And then in the 2026 county committee election, we'll be looking for nominees starting in June and July for the middle part of the county. And then that election should take place again in November. You always can, if you want to get access to your farm records, your maps, all those things, you can sign up for what's called a level 2 e-authentication ID. You can just sign up under farmers.gov and you'll be able to go in and access that information at any time. And then we do have Gov Delivery. This is our communication. We do send out a newsletter, 2 newsletters a month with a few articles that kind of talk about some of our big programs going on. And we also do text messages where we can send up to 2 text messages a month to kind of talk about important deadlines that are going on. We do have some online resources. Does anybody have any questions about any of our programs or things that you have general interest in? Okay, thank you.
All right. That leads us up to our afternoon break. So we'll go ahead and take our break, but also check out NRCS because they also have some programs.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades, high performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown Local Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades, high performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades? High performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Kyle Larson here for Franson Bank and Trust. We are a Farmer Mac approved lender that can offer operating lines of credit, land, equipment, and facility financing. Our lending experts understand the farm economy and climate in and around the Ada area. With a fast underwriting process and local decision making, you can save time on all farming and ag-related inquiries. Contact our Ada office today to learn more. Franson Bank and Trust, real people, real results. Member FDIC.
Upgrade your toolbox and tackle any project with the latest from Ada Building Center LLC. They've added a massive 24-foot Diablo display filled with everything you need, brand new to the store. From circular saw blades to framing blades and metal drilling solutions and diamond cutting concrete blades, Diablo has it all. Need fine finish or general purpose wood blades? High performance crew driving bits? They've got you covered. Stop by Ada Building Center LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, and see the Diablo difference for yourself. Your next project starts here.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Speaker today. Our next speaker is Austin Lean. He's with the researcher at the Sugar Beet Pathology Lab in Crookston, and he'll do some more explanations. So, welcome to Austin.
Perfect. Thank you, Heather. Yeah, so thank you guys for those who have stayed till the end. Appreciate that. So yeah, my name's Austin Lean. I'm a researcher at the Northwest Research and Outreach Center. I am Dr. Ashok Chanda's lab manager. Ashok Chanda is the Minnesota sugar beet extension pathologist. So today we're just going to give a brief overview of some of the diseases that we work with, and then also some of the trials we conducted this last year to try to answer some specific questions. So just to start off, let me try to click that again. So just to start off, actually, we operate as the Red River Valley's diagnostic clinic for sugar beets. So if you guys ever have any issues and you talk to your agriculturalist, may it be American Crystal, Mindex, Southern Min, or Central, they're going to be bringing those sugar beet roots into us. And that's because sometimes diagnosis can be very clear for you guys in the field. I know you guys seen Rhizoctonia. You can usually point it out. especially when you have this very typical symptoms like these ladder-like necrosis down the root. And for Aphanomyces, you kind of have these fangy roots here at the bottom and kind of that hour or that wine glass shape. So sometimes it's pretty clear. You've been around, you know what it looks like, but other times it is not very clear. And a lot of times you actually have both pathogens present or multiple pathogens present. So it's really necessary for us to do our lab protocols and techniques. Because even I, after many years now in this lab, I still can't tell without actually looking under the microscope or putting it on a Petri plate. And so it's really beneficial for your either as a grower or just talk to your agriculturalist, get those samples to us and we can help you diagnose that issue. And also it's very helpful for us because we can dive a little bit deeper and get more information on pathogen prevalence around the Red River Valley. So it's just really beneficial to us to get those samples in. And especially the last few years. So really right after CR Plus was widely deployed, this was actually in 2022, we started seeing some really atypical leaf spot symptoms. And this kind of went hand in hand with some really weird environments that we had. We had a lot of blowing wind. I think there was one day I was on the interstate over by Grand Forks, probably like June or something. I had to go 10 miles an hour on the interstate because the wind was blowing that bad and it was just completely a complete brownout, right? And so in situations like that, those beets are taking a toll, and a lot of interesting pathogens that we typically don't see can kind of get into the plant. So it's just nice for us to get these samples in again, just kind of figure out what's going on. And from what we saw, it's probably really hard to see there. We get these typical leaf spots, and those are, this is our typical Cercospora, but we can also have a lot of Alternaria and now Stemphilium. But once again, if I have time at the very end, I'll kind of get into that, but it usually seems to be correlated to some interesting weather that we've had, and not really good pathogens, if I can say that. So like I said, we do the diagnostics. These last few years, I think a lot of agriculturalists are pretty comfortable diagnosing issues there in the field. So we've kind of seen a decline in sample submissions over the years. But this last year, like I said, we still kind of get quite a few. Earlier in the season, with some rainfall, we had quite a bit of Rhizoctonia. I think that stretched out in through July. We had a few Aphanomyces, a few fields positive for Aphanomyces this year. Like back in 2020, when it was really consistently wet, we saw a lot more AF that year. And then interestingly, we've seen a lot more Fusarium pop up. And I think there's two things that kind of go on with this. As a grower, you may select a variety that you want a good yield and you just kind of put it into a field, not really knowing you have Fusarium. And also the way we handle our tare soil really makes an impact. I had a agriculturist come in and he had a sample. I'm like, oh, that looks like Fusarium. Let's cut into it. He's like, I didn't even think this. Like, I've never seen Fusarium in this field. I'm like, oh, is it by the headlands where they're dumping their tare soil? It's like, yeah, I think so. So be cautious of that. At least kind of keep a lookout, especially if you're seeing issues where you typically are putting your tare soil. You can be moving these pathogens around. And so once again, it's just really beneficial to bring those samples in when you do see them, and we can get some clarity on that. Later in the season, I think throughout kind of as early as like early June, but mostly July, August, September into October, we get a lot of leaf samples. Um, this year we had a lot of favorable conditions for Cercospora. It was pretty cut and clear. Almost everything we saw had Cercospora, but there was a couple fields still that kind of got beaten up. We had a lot of Alternaria and from southern Minnesota, some bacteria leaf spot samples. And I think we've seen that in another couple areas. We had a field, my family's farm had a field just by Climax. We had a field just across the gravel road, and a lot of his leaf material had blown into our field, and that's where we were seeing issues this year. So it was just kind of interesting. And this other stuff here, this is typically either wind damage. We also had a lot of blowout, like 6 to 8 leaf stage. So we're getting some just tearing up. But that's another thing too. Either you or your agriculturalist might just think it's wind damage, but there might actually be some Aphanomyces or Rhizoctonia going on there that might predispose that plant to blowing out. So it's just good for you guys to know that as well. So some key points about Rhizoctonia, which is really our biggest root rot pathogen we have. We typically see two strains of Rhizoctonia, AG22 anastomosis group 3B and 4. Doesn't really matter for you guys, but it's just really interesting for us. They grow at different temperatures. They have a different overwintering. They have a different morphology, and it's just interesting to see their prevalence from the northern part to the southern part of the states. And also some AG4, and I'll get into that because we did talk a little bit about some soybean diseases, and this is another issue in soybean and corn as well. But typically, you do get some random patchy areas. I think the field operator who's in the rotabeater probably notices these patches the most. As you're going through, you start to see those at the end of the season. So yeah, you usually do get some random and sometimes some patchy areas, maybe when you have some standing water, that soil can move down the rows. You can start seeing symptoms like that or wilting. But it's important for crop rotation. I'll get into it because their sclerotia can survive in the soil for 3 years or up to 3 years. So you really need to have some small grains in your rotation to reduce that inoculum load. And I was talking to a grower too, and he talked a lot. He's in the past they had some soybeans before their sugar beet crop, and that's when they saw the most rhizoctonia issues. But as soon as he started, as long as you have that wheat or maybe barley or some small grains before your sugar beets, you're going to be eliminating some of that inoculum and going into the season with less of a potential for rhizoctonia. And then as your severity increases over the years, you can start to see even in the depths of the soil where that rhizoctonia is, and it kind of gets deeper and deeper into the soil. And then also with some weed management issues in the past, especially water hemp, if you guys do bring out an inter-row cultivator, be mindful that that does increase your risk for some crown rot as well, because you're throwing that soil up into the crowns. You can start to see some rhizoctonia damage that way. So in the field, really right when those plants start to emerge, you can have disease happening before emergence, right? So you may not even notice that. But as they emerge, you can kind of see this girdling and necrosis there. But as they get a little bit bigger, you can start to see that wilting. But in between this point, it's really important to go check your stands regularly. When I'm doing field trials, I'll go into those fields at least once or twice a week. And there's sometimes on a hot day, those plants just disappear. They completely shrivel up. And so if you're not watching those, you might be losing a lot of stands before you realize really what's going on. As you progress into the season, you can see those patchier areas where you get those wilting plants are completely dead and dying plants. And the biggest issue is too, I mean, before they get to this point, a lot of that disease is happening under the ground. And so when you go to lift your field, those beets are really damaged. A lot of times they're going to be breaking apart and not even getting into the truck that you're loading into. So it kind of goes unnoticed for the most part. When it's at a low level. Once again, here's some typical symptoms, those ladder-like symptoms, kind of this, I don't want to say water soaking, but you can kind of see this superficial necrosis. If you cut into that, that black stuff is only going to go, a millimeter into the root. The inside of the root should be clean. It usually stays right around the edges. And then here I was talking about those two different ones. This is AG223B, this is AG224. So management of rhizoctonia, early planting can be key. So rhizoc really loves some warm soil. So if you can get into the field, late April, early May, before we start to ramp up into those 60, 65 degree soil temperatures, your beets will get off to a strong start and hopefully be strong enough to maybe overcome some rhizoctonia when those soil temperatures get up there. And then crop rotation is very important. Like I alluded to, having some wheat or small grains in your rotation really helps. And like I said, soybeans also do take quite a big hit from, soybeans and navy beans take a big hit from rhizoctonia. And I've also had issues too where people are bringing in soybean samples after their sugar beets. And we do see quite a bit. Same thing, you can have some pre-emergence damping off where those don't even get out of the ground, and also some post-emergence damping off. We had a trial here with some navy beans. You can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row just dying off there. So it's really important, and some of the same fungicide tactics will still work. We have quite a few seed treatments available. You can put it in furrow application, and then some post-emergence applications of some products as well for your soybeans. If you have any questions, Dean Melvick is the Minnesota soybean pathologist. He's a wealth of information, soybean diseases and rhizoctonia. And then lastly, resistant varieties. So if you know you have an issue, it's good to be planting a resistant variety. But the thing is to understand is that a lot of resistance is age dependent. That resistance doesn't kick in until those plants are, at that 6 leaf stage or later. So it's still really important to be um, using some at planting fungicides. All seed comes treated with seed treatments, but in severe areas, try to be putting down a in-starter or an in-furrow fungicide. And I'll kind of get into that a little bit more. So here's the seed treatments that have been available. Cabina has been on all American Crystal seed for the last decade. We had Vibrance come out. I'm uncertain of which seed Vibrance is on. Sestiva used to be on Beta Seed, but I think Beta Seed's now switching to Cabina. And then we also had Zelterra released in 2022. So depending on the seed that you are getting, you're going to be getting a different seed treatment as well with that, but they all come standard seed treatments. So once again, in those years where you may expect to have more rhizoctonia or you've had an issue, it's a good thing to be putting down that in-furrow fungicide. So we did a field trial this actually many years. This is just the data from this last year, where we wanted to look at several different at planting treatments, right? So we used a moderately susceptible variety, and we planted on May 7th. We wait a little bit so those soil temperatures get a little bit warmer. We weren't planting April 20th like the valley average. And so we had 4 treatments here. So we compared Cabina, Vibrance, Estiva, Zelterra. And then we had, which are not available to growers, but a completely non-treated seed, or seed with no rhizoctonia treatment. And then we applied either Quadris, Asteroid, Elatus, Headline, Proline, Propulse, or Preaxer in the furrow down the drip tube. We use 6 gallons per acre. I know some guys may go down to 5, or with the high-speed planters, sometimes you're only putting on maybe 4 gallons per acre now. We did not have an in-furrow starter when we planted with these. There's a couple of these, especially Proline. They just don't play nice with 1034O or other starters. Asteroid is really the only one that's formulated to mix well with the starter fertilizer. And then there's been a lot of interest in looking at some biologicals too. So we had a couple products, Zionar, Bexfon, and Serenade. They're all these bacillus species, this bacteria. And then we had this Howler EVO, which is a Pseudomonas species, just to see how they're performing. So once again, I alluded to that tank mixing properties. Always do a jar test if you're curious. Usually within 5 minutes, you can see that separating out. And I would suggest if it's separating out, do not use it. So once again, 6 gallons per acre. We can skip past that. So what we see here is this non-treated control. This year, we really didn't see a big impact. In heavy disease years, we can see this kind of go back down from the post-emergence, or from the post-emergence damping off. But for the most part, we had really nice emergence, about 200 plants per 100 foot of row. When we look at all the seed treatments, we kind of see the same trend there. So we're not seeing a negative impact from those seed treatments. Whereas with the in-furrow fungicides, we do see that ding on emergence as well. So that's another thing to keep in mind, that during these dry years, you can typically see a little bit of stand reduction with those in-furrow fungicides. So something to be careful about. And then here's those in-furrow, the biologicals as well. One of them not really doing as well this year. But when we look at these all together and we just break it out between seed treatments, in furrows, we see some clearer trends. And this is something we've seen 2-3 years in a row now. Those in-furrow biologicals, we seem to have a jump in emergence right after planting. We don't really know why. We're going to keep looking at this to see if we see that in most years. But then once again, you see that reduced stand from those in-furrow fungicides in those little drier springs. If you have adequate soil moisture in the spring, typically that risk is much, much lower and you don't see that reduction. At the end of the season, we go through and we rate those roots on the severity of rhizoctonia on a 0 to 10 scale. And so by the end of the season, we can kind of put a number of how bad it actually was. So even though we had a good stand early on, those first 3 weeks, we had quite a bit of disease at the end of the season for the non-treated and the biologicals. So unfortunately, the biologicals really aren't pulling the weight in terms of disease control, but we had pretty good control from the seed treatments. And fairly decent yields above that non-treated control by the end of the year. So another aspect of rhizoctonia management is your post-emergence fungicides. And now I know a lot of people do that. Sometimes it's just not feasible to be putting in the in-furrow fungicide, or you want to prioritize a starter fertilizer. You don't want to worry about, tank mixing those things. So a lot of guys will come in with your post-emergence fungicide. And so we did this a little bit differently. And now we know that a lot of growers don't necessarily have the band sprayers anymore. And a lot of these labels for these products recommend to be sprayed in a 7-inch band. So we really just wanted to see, do you still get good control by spraying a broadcast application? So we just compared quite a few products, Quadrus, Asteroid, Astronaut, Elatus, Proline, and Excalia, either as a band or a broadcast application. And one thing to keep in mind is that Excalia is the only one where you actually have to cut the rate essentially by a third if you're doing the 7-inch band. Where all these other products, you can take that full rate and just concentrate it into that 7-inch area. Where with Excalia, the labels explicitly tells you that you have to reduce your rate respectively. And usually we tell growers the time for that 4 to 8 leaf stage. That's typically when your seed treatments are starting to wear off. For this trial, we timed it right at that 8 leaf stage and inoculated around that same time. So you can see when we did not have any control, we lost about 25% of our plants. Whereas with the band application, we're only losing about 12%, finishing the season with 150, 160 plants there. And once again, a pretty positive response in terms of yield. And for the most part, the band and broadcast provide equivalent control in most years. Maybe when it's a little bit, when you have a little bit more severe pressure, you can see a better response from the band application. But for the most part, the broadcast does an adequate job of managing later rhizoctonia disease. And this just kind of shows the active ingredients for those products. We have a combination of QOIs, SDHIs, and DMIs, so they're all different modes of action. So I would recommend, with rhizoctonia, there isn't the biggest risk of fungicide resistance occurring in rhizoctonia because it really doesn't move so much. It doesn't have many cycles like, let's say, cercospora, right? But if in a scenario you're starting to see, if you've been using, let's say, Quadrus years and years, and you're starting to see a reduction in control, it might be a good idea to start trading it out for some of these other modes of action, like similar to what we do for cercospora. So in summary, seed treatments are excellent early season protection. Those in-furrow fungicides can help prolong protection into the season. In-furrow biologicals seem to have some benefit, but we'll just kind of keep looking at those. No recommendations on those yet. And then for our post-emergence fungicides, that offers some great mid to late season protection, and those broadcast applications are working very well as well. So best practices, most fields you'll be good with a seed treatment and a post application. In heavy, really wet years or in fields where you have an issue, highly recommend to put that in-furrow fungicide. And then even resistant varieties can underperform under that severe rhizoctonia pressure. So moving on to Aphanomyces, which can be very difficult to distinguish from rhizoctonia. Aphanomyces is a full season pathogen. And so you can kind of see this, Aphanomyces is pretty interesting in the field because when you don't really see any wilting, right? But when you start to pull that root up, it's the root's almost completely gone. You have that thread-like root. Once again, this can go unnoticed early in the season as well. And what's really important about this is this life cycle of Aphanomyces. They have these overwintering oospores. These are insanely dense spores, they can survive in the soil for 10 years. And so there has been instances where a sugar beet grower has had an AF issue, has had the field fallow, or I wouldn't say fallow, maybe he had something there, but no sugar beets for 10 years, came back the 11th year and still had Aphanomyces issues. So it's something to keep an eye on. And it's very important because really the only thing that we have are resistant varieties and a seed treatment. We have Tachagarin and then Intego Solo. There's no post-emergence fungicides for this. There's no in-furrow fungicides for these. And that's because Aphanomyces really isn't a fungus. It's an oomycete. They're called water molds, and they're fundamentally different from a fungus. And though whatever those fungicides are targeting, Phanomyces doesn't have that. So once again, resistant varieties are very important. As you can see, the extent of stand loss there. But also a happy accident happened back early 2000s. Somebody wanted to test the effects of sugar beet lime or spent lime precipitated calcium carbonate. Thought it might help with some herbicide carryover. Well, it turns out he put a bunch of lime there, went to go plant the next year. His field was destroyed of Aphanomyces, except the area that he put lime down. So Carol Wendell's back in the early 2000s set up this trial, looked at some waste lime, and it does seem that as you put that waste lime down, you are decreasing your severity of Aphanomyces. And that had lasted about 12 years. I think on my family's farm, we initially put down 10 tons and are just now coming back and putting an additional 5 tons back on that land. And once again, yeah, you see the same kind of inverse trend in terms of sugar yield as well. So, not really a negative nothing negative is happening from that waistline, but in areas where you have AF issues, it can be beneficial. Okay, the third root rot that we deal with is Fusarium yellows. And once again, this is also very difficult to manage. So with Fusarium yellows, you typically have this interveinal necrosis. So the outside of the root is healthy, but as soon as you cut in, that's where you're starting to see that issue. We've been seeing this happen earlier and earlier in the season. We can almost see like damping off almost, or at least the 2 to 4 leaf stage. We can see some really aggressive Fusarium attacking those plants. So it's important to know where you've had issues in the past and use a resistant variety, because that is all we have. There's no seed treatments for Fusarium, and there's no fungicides that are effective for the Fusariums that we deal with. This is another one that would be really awesome if we could get more samples of. There's a couple different species, and just for us to be knowing what's going on across the valley would be very beneficial. And then let's kind of move into some leaf spot diseases. Here's a typical Cercospora leaf spot. And here's some other weird ones. This was that 2022 year where we were getting those blowing winds, and we had a lot of other things coming in on these leaves. And so Cercospora peticula, I'm sure many of you are aware, Cercospora has been kind of getting out of control, especially as we've kind of getting this south. In those spots, you can typically see these conidia. But we've also seen some really interesting atypical spots where these actually were positive for Cercospora, and you see those farther down in the canopy on those older leaves. So once again, if you guys are ever unsure, just send in samples. We'll be happy to take a look at them. Here you can see, I think this was back in 2020. This is just in Crookston too, so this is the extent. If you guys go completely no control on Cercospora, this is how bad it can get up here, where you have almost that complete loss and that regrowth. Typically, I'm sure you would think that this would be, historically what southern Minnesota would be at, but this is to the degree that we've been seeing near Crookston recently. And it's very important, they have the pseudostromata, these little black structures. So this is a sugar beet leaf. That's the fungus there. Those can last almost 2 years in the soil. So once again, it's also very important for crop rotation and then spatial separation. Like I had alluded to earlier, when you have your neighbor's sugar beet leaves flying in, or maybe even you have a section of land that you have split and you're cultivating it across ways, you're going to be dragging that material into your new sugar beet field, and you might see some increased disease pressure where you have that leaf material. So Cercospora really requires an integrated approach, crop rotation, tillage to bury that residue so it's not blowing around. Weed control as well. Here's a picture of some water hemp with a bunch of Cercospora leaf spot on it. And also at vegetable gardens. And it does seem that recently there's been some research from the USDA. They went through quite a few different seed lots from several different seed companies. And they found Cercospora in the seed tissue as well. So when out west, when they're growing the seed, if Cercospora comes in and it starts infecting that flower, it can hitch a ride all the way over here and can start infection that way as well, and introduce some diversity into our pathogen population. So I know I'm kind of getting low on time. So I'm just gonna go through here. We've had a lot of talks. If you guys want, I think the sugar beet research and education reporting session was yesterday. There's many talks on control or management of Cercospora leaf spot. I think that might be up on the internet as well. And so I'll just kind of go through here to the very end. So we had a trial where we had a susceptible variety, and I will say this was Crystal 912. I mean, it's a great variety, but it is very weak to Cercospora. And so when we started this, we had a very delayed planting as well. We had some really bad crusting. April 24th, had to replant everything. So we had delayed canopy closure, really poor root yield as well. But as you can see, the more you spread, the earlier you start your application, the lower the disease that you have, right? And for the most part, you are always gaining a better yield from that increased management. And we've also seen the same thing. So we've had CR Plus varieties for a few years. Here's some American Crystals varieties. And you can see where they were looking good last year, they did not look this good this year. And that's because when we go back to just in Crookston, this was our first year of looking at CR Plus varieties. So in 2022, I didn't see any disease all year long until the very end of September. Maybe I saw a few spots. 2023, I started seeing spots like August, beginning of August, kind of crept up but stayed pretty level. 2024, same thing. We saw it a little bit earlier. So at the same time, we actually were seeing quite a few spots out there. End of the season a little bit higher in 2024. And now in 2025 was the first year we crossed our economic threshold on those CR plus varieties. So using CR plus varieties still requires fungicide management. We need to be using our standard programs. We can't really think of CR plus varieties as being Cercospora resistant anymore. I would treat them just as you would a non or a susceptible variety or moderately susceptible variety. Also, some things coming down the pipeline. There is a new mode of action for Cercospora leaf spot control from Corteva. I think I had talked to them, hoping for 2026, but probably 2027, depending on EPA. Very comparable to DMI, so just adding another tool in our toolbox, especially for resistance management. And last but not least, we had some trials on that alternaria and stemphyllium. What I can show here, it's a lot to kind of go off of, but for the most part, alternaria and stemphyllium seem to be at very low levels. It doesn't matter if you're a non-CR plus variety or a CR plus variety from a different or seed company, you're going to be seeing those at very low levels throughout the season, and it seems to be related to some abnormal weather events. So with that, I think that's pretty much my time. I'm gonna stop there. Maybe one question if I have time. No? All right. Thank you guys.
Oh, thank you, Austin. Sorry about the shock. It must be a little static electricity in here today. All right. Let me switch presentations and we'll get to our next speaker. Okay. Up the wrong side. Didn't have time to download it, so but it should still work. Use your clicker. Right, and flip trees and laser. All right. So our final speaker for today for Norman County Ag Day is Adam Aberly. Aberly. Sorry about that. Adam Aberly. He is the research specialist with Dr. Tom Peters. So Dr. Peters is at the Soil Management Summit today, so he sent Adam to help us out. And Adam is working with Dr. Peters with the NDSU extension in the sugar beet division. So, all right, I'm going to hand this over to Adam, and we'll get started. And then we have some door prizes if there's any door prizes from the booths afterwards as well. Put this in my pocket. Okay. Just in that pocket or clip it wherever, and then just hold it like a regular microphone.
Okay.
Okay. Got it. You can be up or down. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody need any coffee, anything? We're good. Still awake, still engaged. Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Aberly. I'm with North Dakota State University, Extension Sugar Beet. Grew up on a row crop and small grain farm in south central North Dakota, where there isn't a single sugar beet grown. So when I moved to Fargo and I started working with Tom, it was like it was a whole new world to me, and I realized how tight knit and good the sugar beet industry was. And I'm grateful to be here, grateful to be filling in for Tom's place, and I hope you guys find this informative and maybe learn what not to do. All right, let's get started. So I'm going to be presenting the sugar beet tolerance from herbicide mixtures with insecticides and fungicides. As we all likely know, sugar beet growers face many challenges in bringing their crop to an optimal yield. And an optimal yield is only possible with sugar beet if you have a rigorous field management plan. That you should not be skipping on your fungicides or your soil residual herbicides or your post-emergent herbicides. It's a high maintenance crop. And aside from that, the cost of ag inputs continue to rise, and adequate manpower in rural or remote areas may lack, leading to resource limitations. So we can see how a high maintenance crop in some rural communities might be hard to manage. Moreover, in the last several years, Cercospora leaf spot is starting to be managed as, earlier and earlier. We're starting to manage Cercospora leaf spot sometimes when we're still making post-emergence herbicide applications for weed control. And it's these factors combined that gave rise to the inquiry of complex tank mixtures. Further, in 2019, Tom visited a field that had common ragweed and water hemp, and the farmer, to control both of these weeds, sprayed Betamix, Stinger, glyphosate, and dual magnum S-metolachlor, and ethifumicate. So this is at face value, it makes sense to use multiple modes of action to get the best weed control. And that's what we're taught, right? We need to use multiple modes of action to kill the weeds so that they don't reproduce seeds and we have more resistance issues. So this farmer did that, and he found that the response was crop injury. And you can see in this photo that we have multiple types of herbicide symptoms going on here. We have a little chlorosis around the margins of the leaves, which is sometimes linked to photosystem 2 inhibitors like that are in Betamix. And then we also have some leaf burn right here that sometimes happens when we use a hot adjuvant with something like dual magnum and even glyphosate on a hot day. You can get some leaf burn like that. And then the stinger, that those symptoms are evident in this kind of the cupping, curling, and then S-metolachlor, like I said, that was linked to the leaf burn. And long story short, there were just too many active compounds here for the sugar beet to properly metabolize this and develop out of this. And the stand was injured to the point where it definitely affected the yield in the end. And so this made us think about what mixtures we ourselves could be evaluating in the greenhouse for the following years to come. And in 2023, we conducted a series of experiments, starting with our let's look at the top left photo first. We started with a control, and then we started with a herbicide base, which was Roundup Power Max 3 and Nortron and Outlook with Destiny HC in the bottom. So this is those treatments with Destiny HC. The top row did not have any adjuvant or Destiny HC. This was just the herbicides alone. So we start with that herbicide base, and then we build upon this with Mustang Max and then Stinger. And we found that when we applied all of these active compounds together, we had some crop injury. And when we added in Destiny HC, a adjuvant, then we had even more crop injury. Next, we took it one step further. We evaluated what those mixtures would look like with a couple different fungicides for rhizoctonia control. And when we mixed these different active compounds with Excalia, we had even more injury than these herbicides with Mustang Max and Stinger. Even more so, we had greater injury with the base and Quadris and Mustang Max and Stinger. So since we saw this in the greenhouse and we knew it had been a tank mixture in the past, or similar tank mixtures have been used in the past, we knew we needed to create some field trials and evaluate what this would be like in a natural environment out in the field. So when Extension sugar beet investigators were asked about this, we realized that there were data gaps. Historically, Tom Peters, Christy Sprague in Michigan, and Mohammed Khan evaluated Quadris and glyphosate tank mixtures for sugar beet safety. But my search for data with other tank mixtures using fungicides, insecticides, and herbicides was limited beyond this point. So we realized that there was justification in conducting field trials in our 2025 field season. The first study being for soil-borne disease, insect and weed control, and then the second study being for foliar disease, insect and weed control. So we have two unique trials, one for early season pests and sugar beet and one for late season pests and sugar beet. So our first objective was to evaluate sugar beet tolerance from herbicide mixtures with soil-borne fungicides and insecticides. And we had 3 locations for this trial at Crookston, Brushville, and Princeburg, Minnesota. And we made this application at the 4 to 6 leaf stage sugar beet. And during the growing season, we evaluated growth reduction as well as malformation and necrosis of the sugar beet 3, 7, and 14 days after the application. And at harvest, we measured root yield as tons per acre, extractable sucrose as kilograms per acre, and sucrose loss to molasses, as well as percent sucrose. Here is that first treatment list for the early season pest, the soil-borne complex mixture treatment list. We start with our herbicide base. So each of the studies I discussed today will have a herbicide base. And in this base, we have Roundup Power Max 3 with Nortron and Outlook. So we have one non-selective translocating herbicide And then we have 2 group 15 chlorocetamide herbicides for residual weed control. And then we build upon that again, this time with Excalia and Quadris. And next we add in, that should say Asana XL, my bad. And then we have Asana XL for sugar beet root maggot larvae control, as well as other key insects. And then lastly, we have Stinger HL for control of tolerant or resistant biotypes to glyphosate. So this is the sugar beet growth reduction from soil-borne complex mixtures combined across environments. So all 3 trials, we have all the data combined and it's averaged out to get this output. And there were differences between Excalia and Quadris treatments. However, the results were very similar, what we call homogeneous with the Quadris treatments, and somewhat similar for the Excalia treatments. And the one difference we measured here was when we added in Stinger HL, we had greater growth reduction. And this wasn't something I was surprised by, because when you add in more, like that many active compounds, it's just going to be hard for the crop, the plant, to metabolize all of that if they don't have that transgenic gene already, like glyphosate resistant sugar beet seed. So too many active compounds, we got greater growth reduction. And likewise was the sugar beet malformation combined across environments. Once again, there were differences between the Quadris and the Excalia treatments, and we had a big difference in the sugar beet malformation from 7 to 14 days after the base Excalia, Sana XL, and Stinger HL treatment. And we didn't measure that. We didn't have like a 20% increase in malformation with our Quadris, Asana, and Stinger treatment. And I attribute that to the initial malformation already being present at 7 days. And with the increase in malformation with the Excalia Stinger treatment, this I attribute to the oxymimic development. It usually takes the symptoms of an oxymimic herbicide to develop between a 7 and 14 day period. Right around 10 days is usually that usually the mark. So once again, no surprises here that there was greater malformation 14 days after the application versus 7. And here are a few photos to help you understand what that crop response looked like. In the top 2 photos, we have our base with either Excalia or Quadris, and then Asana XL. And we treat the 4 inside rows of our plots, and then these 2 outside rows. We have a 6-row planter, by the way. So rows 1 and 6 are running checks. 4 inside rows are treated. So knowing that, you might notice the differences in growth reduction on those top 2 photos, but in the bottom 2 photos, it's hard to distinguish any key differences in symptoms or crop response. But what I will say, and what you can't really see in these photos, is that when we mix Quadris with these complex mixtures, we evaluated some necrosis, and that prompted us to question what could be causing this sort of crop response. And we narrowed that down to 3 questions. First, what active ingredients that we are using in these soil-borne complex mixtures formulated as an emulsifiable concentrate, or are we mixing too many oils together? Second, are there inert ingredients that we're not aware of in these formulations that have oil characteristics or properties? And lastly, are the fungicides we use in the soil-borne complex mixture trial, are they preventative or protectant fungicides, or do they have some systemic capabilities? Do they move through the leaf? So an example of this would be locally systemic or translaminar, so moving from one side of the leaf to the other. And with Quadris and Excalia, Excalia is an SDHI fungicide, so a group 7, and then Quadris is a QOI group 11. So both of these have some movement throughout the leaf. So because of this, there are physiological implications that may otherwise not occur or be there with a protectant or preventative fungicide that sits on the top and creates that barrier. It's not moving through the cells like, let's say, Manzate Max, something like that, that's creating a barrier to the spores. This one's moving through the leaf. So once again, this is another active compound that the plant has to deal with, has to metabolize and react with, so it's not phytotoxic to the plant itself anymore. Here's the sugar beet yield from soil-borne complex mixtures combined across environments. Once again, there were differences between the Quadris and Excalia treatments, and those are represented by the golden, the yellow bars. That's our yield. And then the green dots, that's percent sucrose, and you won't see any letters by those dots because there were no differences with the percent sucrose with these treatments. So we had a tonnage difference, but we didn't have a sugar concentration difference. And that indicates that the specific active compounds we used and the amount of active compounds we used had no effect on the sugar concentration in the root, the beet root itself. Our next objective was to evaluate sugar beet tolerance from herbicide mixtures with foliar disease fungicides and insecticides. This time we made the application at the 8 to 10 leaf stage sugar beet. During the growing season, we had all the same visual evaluations, and then at harvest, we measured all the same variables once again. Here's the foliar disease complex mixture treatment list. We start with our herbicide base. This time, instead of Outlook, we're using Warrant because Warrant acetochlor is safer to the sugar beet after the 4-leaf stage. So that's why we use this group 15 in this trial or this study. And then we build upon this with either Mustang Max or Manzate Max. So we have our insecticide and our fungicide, the combination of the two with Select Max for late season grass control. And then we combine 2 different modes of action of fungicides with our base. So we have a triazole fungicide, prothioconazole, right, Austin? Proline, yeah, okay. And then Manzate Max. So that ties back into my statement about using multiple modes of action for the best weed control and disease control. We wanted to see what that looked like too. So last treatment, that's with our insecticide added with Manzate Max Proline in the base. Here's the sugar beet yield from foliar complex mixtures, foliar disease complex mixtures combined across environments. No letters following the yield, and that's because there were no differences in yield. And there were some differences in percent sucrose, but they were not correlated to a specific active compound that we use, nor the number of active compounds we use. So because the sugar concentration wasn't linked to any of the treatments or specific compounds we use, we were able to decide or come to the conclusion that foliar disease complex mixtures are safe as far as we can tell for sugar beet. So we decided not to recommend against the use of these foliar disease complex mixtures if asked about it in the future. Now that I've covered both of the studies, I want to take a look at the 2026 field season. My first study that I talked about, that was the soil-borne disease complex mixtures, and we used Quadris and Excalia. Syngenta received a Section 2 EE for the recommendation of Elatus broadcast. So because of that, we wanted to use Elatus instead of Quadris in our next field season. And the difference between Elatus and Quadris is that Elatus only has 0.3 pounds active ingredient of azoxystrobin, the active ingredient in Quadris, whereas Elatus has only 0.3 pounds and Quadris has over 2 pounds of active ingredient azoxystrobin. So my hypothesis is that there would be no differences in visual sugar beet responses or yield when we use Elatus in the soil-borne complex mixtures compared to the herbicide-based program. Here is what the crop response looked like 3 days after I made the applications. So these 3 treatments you see down here they're the same exact treatments I used in the soil-borne complex mixture trial in the 2025 field season, but instead of Quadris, it's Elatus. That's the only difference. So after running my data or taking my visual data evaluation and running that through an analysis of variance and ARM, I found that there was approximately 20% less necrosis with each of these treatments. And I see that as a positive thing. If Elatus is ever considered in a mixture with anything else, it definitely seems to be less injurious to the beets. Reflecting on 2025, I believe sugar beet variety is very important going forward. If we're going to recommend or be questioned about these complex tank mixtures, we need to properly evaluate whether or not mixing these active compounds together compromises the efficacy of any one of the active compounds. So what I'm saying is, if you mix all these formulations together, sometimes there might be like some sort of chemical reaction, like there's things called like cation exchanges or redox reactions, and we can't really see that, but that could definitely be happening with all of these different active compounds and formulation types with different charges. So going forward, we would like to conduct a weed-controlled trial. I think we're going to do this with common lamb's quarters because we're only using glyphosate and our group 15 soil residual herbicides. So common lamb's quarters would be a good weed species to study whether or not we're compromising any of the efficacy of one or the other compounds in these mixtures. And in addition to that, a sensitive variety to Rhizoctonia and Cercospora leaf spot, so that we can have a disease control trial with the same exact treatment list to evaluate whether or not any of the fungicides their efficacies are decreased by combining all of these formulations. In conclusion, soil-borne complex mixtures may influence sugar beet tolerance when you're mixing 2 or more oil formulations together. So it's really important to be aware, conscious of what formulation types you're combining, like Outlook or Dual. Just those are 2 examples. Emulsifiable concentrates, they will be linked to more oil burn cases than other types of herbicides. So being aware of the formulation type is very important. Foliar complex mixtures did not influence the sugar beet tolerance. Like I said, there were no differences in root yield. There were some differences in percent sucrose, but as far as we can tell, it seems relatively safe to the sugar beet. Now, remember, we used Manzate Max and we used Manzate Max and Proline. So I don't know how this would work with tins or other types of fungicides, but I can only imagine that if you use something else like a tin in combination with these, you might get some necrosis, some leaf flash or burn. And so that's something that we could, a treatment list that we could try in the 2026 field season. We would like to continue our soil-borne complex mixture work with Elatus. It has less azoxystrobin. I think it'll be safer to the beets, so it's worth evaluating and coming to a conclusion. So just as I mentioned, we need a disease control trial with a sugar beet variety that is sensitive to Rhizoctonia and Cercospora. If we're going to do this responsibly and do you guys justice, we need to make sure that we're not wasting these products by combining them all together. I know it saves a lot of time and man hours, but if you figure out that it's compromising the efficacy of all of your glyphosates, like why are you doing it then? Next, we will not recommend against complex foliar mixtures in the 2026 growing season. And lastly, growers need to be aware that mixing too many oils together will result in some phytotoxicity. And last, I just want to thank the Sugar Beet Research and Education Board for funding our grant proposals, and Southern Minnesota Beet Sugar Cooperative and Mindac Farmers Cooperative for their support helping us conduct tolerance trials, as well as American Crystal Sugar Company for their support and excellent communication, and they're just great to work with. So with that, thank you. Here's our new lifter. That was probably one part of this year that I was most jazzed about. We got a new lifter fabricated by Beamco, and works pretty well. We have two different rows, two different belt systems or scrub towers that bring it up onto the belt to be weighed. Our data quality is excellent, so we're pretty happy about that. Thank you, guys. Any questions?
Any questions for Adam?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. That concludes our speakers, but we have the fun stuff now. So those of you that are here, you get to see if you win a door prize. So if you had any door prizes drawings at your booths, if you guys want to do that, bring those up.